notified when business cards are available.
I'll be super honest. If you don't have to go, I'd not go out.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to go.
That's fine, dude. Yeah, just
Oh, jeg skal stoppe med at sige det der, for jeg har fået alt for meget på det.
What does it do?
Maybe today's just gonna have to be a chill day, chat.
Fuck get the set up this bro. Altså du har tabt den slut ud bro. Mads tak for de 50 kroner, appreciate it.
Alex, how you doing? I'm actually drinking.
Appreciate it.
I am currently working on
I do wonder if
language
we actually
selection.
want to
Well,
sort of
everybody's
zero
recommending
the
it.
last ones first.
we are working on
Just
a
to,
game. We are currently setting it up so that our locale
Hey, Snacks is dame.
True,
changes
Snacks dame ikke? Du skal
the
kigge
font
med lige nu ikke?
files.
Snacks sender scammer
So
for
the
500
font
kroner.
Yeah,
gets
we'll
used
get a
I
Modium.
don't know,
Bare
We'll
lige
go to the
så
shop
lidt.
soon for a Modium, yeah.
like supports
ikke mere.
supports like
Anomalia no dispositivo errado.
Chinese or Cyrillic.
But like you have not implemented it yet, right? You have it in your language design. You don't know how to implement it
So
yet.
we've got
I'm
the
assuming,
set
right? Or do you know how to implement it already?
We want it to be sorted by the least possible means, right?
You know how to implement it?
Well, looks like we got to do a wee shopping list here for the shopping list.
Oh yeah.
Get default theme.
No, 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 no.
So this says he's to take.
Sets.
Wait a minute. Is the Modium?
Well,
is
I
the
mean, so
Modium
like
a friggin-
when you do it like this, you basically have
Creates or changes the
like when you are splitting your values and types into like clear, you have a clear distinction. You basically automatically have two languages: one language in which you work with just values, and another language in which you
We're always
work
starting at two
with
sets.
types, right? So so you have dependent types in your like type language, I
Let's
guess,
save ourselves.
which maybe makes it like simpler.
This is not a. This is a concept.
You don't need full dependent types, but you do need to have partial application of type constructors, right? So like, it's not full dependent types, but it's still dependent types basically.
Vil du lave sådan en build? Hvorfor kan jeg ikke kigge den her?
I'm wondering if I'm not gonna leave the house. Is there any?
Nej, det var ikke det, jeg skulle.
Custom
Not
themes
better
now.
just to let my body do its thing. What's the spell of whatever? Is it good to just let it do that?
All right. So
Like if I'm just to chill here all day?
so the performance
Actually,
issues.
I think
Okay. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to my problem with maps. And right now the performance issue comes from the fact that my map is having the linear time like lookup instead of a constant time lookup or and the reason for that is because we're putting as keys into the map the values which are inferable, which means that at a later point, while the key is present in the map, we might infer the value
Maybe I won't get
and we might even potentially unify some keys because of that in the map. And when I'm doing the lookup,
W, Y, Z,
having mutable keys in your map, right? Which is not supported normally. For good reason.
So I know it's default,
Ingen løgn.
but I don't know what theme type is.
Hvad går det, kommer igen? Det er klar til en time.
So because of that, I'm implementing my maps as literally the list of key value pairs,
No, like,
and
I'm gonna make homemade hot chocolate.
that's it.
Homemade hot chocolate. Maybe I'll get like cocoa butter.
Also have this issue, conflict implementation of cast type, when I'm doing it as this.
Jeg har ikke mere strøm.
As when I'm trying to go into the RAMPL normally. It's another problem. Okay, anyway, but I know how to fix it a little bit. So where am I using my maps right now? Where am I using my
Maybe I
maps?
should
Watch some.
Let's see, value map. Value map is used in instantiation of the generics. So I want to know if I have instantiated a generic or not, basically. When I implement the casting of a value is another thing. Cast implementations are not, I don't have a lot of these. So that's always good. Like instantiation of generic is happening all the time, but I just have a single global map. So what I want to have instead, because I'm basically associating the map with every value.
Yeah, like I can do that,
store the
but
instantiation
before I
directly in
before I
the
go
generic
down that path, I first need to
itself.
find out how it works.
So instantiating generics, I'm not going to get rid of it, and that's going to improve my performance.
And then you end up with a whole lot of bread.
Det er jo ikke raketvidenskab for vand.
I'm going to have instead in the value generic
Sådan der.
from your camel worked.
I mean, what I could play is like
Hvor skal vi gøre det her? Yannick,
what might be
Christ.
my thing is
Mange år langt ting. Ja.
there's a website
What's
that
that,
you
Mike?
can go on to,
That's good.
and then you can play old school,
Can I go to definition, please?
play like the old Sonic, or the old
Yeah, this is just creating.
Value generic is just going to contain the map of instantiations,
Det skal bruges til et eller andet.
right? So now we have not.
Options.
Wait, and why was this idea?
I know that's
Because this is an ID. Okay,
not
hold
the
on.
part that's
Det kunne godt lide.
different.
But it means that this one was
It's how
actually.
do I change to that different thing? Because there's nothing in theme
That's not a value map.
I can't
on the outside
theme
there.
B, set B, or anything like that.
So let's profile
All
that.
of this is just telling me to use the theme editor.
Let's
It's
profile
not actually
examples.
telling
Hello.
me
Will I pay the price for doing this? Maybe.
how to change it at runtime.
Prohibitively slow.
I mean, I can probably profile on the simpler.
Like with Sudoku, it's easy.
So
With Sudoku, it's a lot easier to do the unused because you just like
But if I
unfill the
change
cell,
this-
right? Like there's not.
if I change this at runtime,
Actually, I can just stop like that and see what was using the most time so far.
It's not whole thing.
It's very good, honestly. The best
Det er
name
backup station og Vitality.
So it is cast inference unite, right? So it's literally the like a lot of inferences
see what
happening,
happens.
Hvad er det der?
You get this.
and a lot of allocating of new variables, of the new inference variables, I guess, right?
Og det går der. masse plastik, jern, ting og sager, yes. Okay. Jeg har heldigvis over.
Comparing IDs, 7%. So a map which has IDs in it, right? So ID map.
All the traffic that they've done, like I mean,
ID
it's
map.
If I run it on 8 cores for
See
a
what
few
happens.
hours, I get 10 distinct
maybe
inputs.
this is the one that's 30,
Wait,
and all the traffic is just in it, like
I remember I tried to write.
what ID map?
Yeah, so doing that
I tried to write a Sudoku,
doesn't
Generator?
update it.
and I had a solver.
Sådan der. Jeg skulle lige tage noget af det der også.
And my idea for how to
Check
write
Unite.
the generator
I think it's
is to
get treated.
I would start off by generating a solver
Glas.
that's fully filled in.
Ikke idiots.
My recurse ID. Is that the one?
Godt have
The
til det.
recurse. Do I have like a super big recursion?
Solve it.
I
So my ID here is huge,
like
right?
this. I'm not sure I need to.
Sure. Let's try printing this.
Tænker jeg.
be careful.
Let's try. So like I have the recurse map,
Sidste dag i morgen,
which is used for
så ja, sidste dag.
things,
Fabric.
but it's not a single one, right? I am creating a new map for different operations.
Fabric. Hvad farver det?
Trying to find 52 constraints which don't contradict.
Am I writing my own language? Yes, I am. Hello.
I can see it.
What about
Okay,
this?
let's see if all of the controls
wait.
automatically update.
It is a variable map. It's this one. It is this one.
They
Alright,
don't.
so right here is
It
where
is
the
this one.
Right.
RID placeholder.
I see.
This is why
I add various current ID, new ID.
instead of doing
Current ID, new ID.
where I change the theme,
Woody will definitely make you feel better.
What happens?
instead
What if I remove from here
But I guess we can
272,
get
and we got 3.
the current ID?
Det er jo sindssygt. Ja, helt vildt, altså. Ej, tillykke med det. Det skulle køre.
now I need one
Hvorhenne? I London overfor, eller hvad?
Hold on.
Ja, jeg er stadig med.
Print, adding ID, this ID, print, new ID. Maybe I'm adding the same ID for some reason, like a lot of times. That's like because I have a bug here. For some reason.
Oh, wait.
No, yeah, like you see, this is like I have created like a billion inference variables, so I actually have like different IDs.
Local gas.
Can't call that set.
Local gas.
Okay, you see those gigantifying nodes?
That's a lot of inference variables
No.
I turned that option off.
for my
because
currently tiny.
But I think this
thing.
number is quite dependable, so let me turn that back on. So that
And then how about I want to know like the map size. Map size is this, right? Let's see. Int ID map
the ones that you've done already, Terminator.
Oh, no,
Cardinal?
let's get
So thank
project
you for
things.
those.
cardinal is what we want,
Kan vi
right?
lige bygge sådan en der til?
Of map by
Så vi kan
recurse
lægge
ID.
dig der.
So let's see if this works.
600.
No, it
There we
doesn't.
go.
Is it all happening in the same map?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Sådan der.
But that
How do
could
you-
be because
Well,
of
I don't
the
see the map size increasing infinitely, right?
theme
I only see at most like 300, 400,
What am I doing wrong?
500,
Yeah,
Og så skal den her forbindelse,
the
den skal
size.
vi
it's
så...
added automatically.
or am I
Ah,
starting
der
to
er
see a
trukket den
1,000
der.
there sometimes?
Den skal så even ud, ikke?
2,000
Vil det ikke god mening?
variables in my recursive like
Det
thing.
kan åbnes der nemlig.
Interesting.
Rule.
Interesting. But one of the things that I'm not doing here is I'm not removing the old ID, so maybe I should do that.
Did anybody notice
I should have
the
made
tips
that.
Hvad var det? Aluminium, jern og plastik, var det det? Det bliver satme spændende.
Ah,
Mm,
default
plastic.
fonts.
They should be.
Hvad er solide?
så kommer der monster ud om natten her lige lidt.
Because I changed from one ID to the new ID, right?
At the bottom, we're not sure though.
That still hasn't changed.
Vi skal ikke bruge
Still
mere
doesn't change
jern.
anything.
Vi skal bruge
Okay.
jern og aluminium. Det må være dem der.
Check unite, find root var. Recurse ID
Skal vi
var.
ikke satse på det nok?
Wait, but isn't it the same
Ja,
thing?
ja, den er
Oh, check
brændende.
unite.
Jeg skulle bare lige have til at reparere den.
Root var. Yeah, like, and I'm adding this twice here, by the way.
Men det
So I
kommer
feel
bare
like
mange
this
steder.
over here is
Many
unnecessary.
updates on this.
Så er jeg ikke noget
Is that right? That this is unnecessary?
Så mangler jeg en
Script
freaking
change
alu.
probably was changed.
It is a good time.
Is this
I haven't
correct?
had to edit it
No
once. The one that I
signals.
used last year sucked. I had to keep manually doing things. I had to be like, oh,
I think this should
Did
still
that
be
add-
correct because I was
did
just
that
adding
add
it
for it?
twice.
And then
But yeah, I'm just going to say that this is the
Mere end halv fyldt den op, lyder sådan en
it
dag.
works pretty well, right?
Similar to this one.
Instead
this is the new
thing.
ID
Okay, there
because
we
this
go.
function is
So
called
changing project theme font works.
This
Så
is today's content, Johnny. You
var
ready?
det ikke alu det der?
Today's content.
data on unite, right? When unification is happening.
not a smart man.
I'm not a smart man.
Yeah.
Not bad.
There we go.
Not a bad choice.
Robber.
But I can say over here.
No generator
Yeah,
for
but I
easy
don't know.
So what I'd need to do.
Okay, jeg mangler altså noget.
So this is a new ID. Then I say that ref current ID is I guess recurse ID var, right?
And
That's current ID is
Yeah, that makes sense. because it
That.
was 39 hours. We added an hour and a half.
Also, I'm
check
not sure
unite.
why
Oh wait, maybe check unite and then this over here has current ID. That would make sense, right?
Du kan se slimen over, ikke?
So check unite and then the current ID would be like you know recurse
Sådan der.
ID.
it's set
Or
to
else it's gonna be
take a
like
shower.
yeah,
I should take the shower.
Jeg kan ikke smække den.
Se, hvor klart.
Fuck by you.
So over here I will say not check unite, but I will say check
Ja, 3
unite.
skeletons.
New ID.
Diesel generator.
You
Den
know?
skal jeg nok bruge til
Hopefully they're already a regular expression.
Right, and so I will say that if
eller hvad?
current ID is not equal.
Hvad er det så bullet for general use?
Well, I mean, I can always remove first anyway.
setup will be
Remove.
I'll take a shower.
Man's best friend.
I'm just going to remove the current ID
Infrastructure supports cargo for lifting
so
and
that
moving
the size of the map is going to be kept under control this way.
Smæk, du kan tage smæk op.
Because I only need to maintain the last ID, basically, right?
I times I plus.
Does that help? I see that the sizes here are like literally 1 digit now, most of the time. So which means that it probably helped a little bit. But still, I am creating 100,000 inference variables.
Because I can't charge the phone.
Which is interesting.
Certainly didn't. Oh, freaks there.
Hi Molly, hello. Good morning, how are you?
Raiders, howling fan talks.
Nej, det er den ikke. Nej. Jeg er mere klar som det første. ikke?
I am right now here trying to make a programming language, and and I'm leaking gigabytes of RAM or something.
Rigtig. Ja, det er den.
we do also have
Men jeg er faktisk ikke... altså... I går aftes, der startede jeg med at spille computer. Men jeg spillede ikke hele lørdag, egentlig slappede
We're
jeg
now
af.
getting into learning on camel.
Og
Oh,
så,
nice.
og så er det sådan en masse ting, jeg åbnede i går søndag.
And I today, just like every other day, have been complaining about the camel all the time.
Det kan også være, jeg skulle... Er det stort?
So yeah, I mean, Camel is nice, but also I hate it. If you like it, then that's good.
I mean, this is definitely not the best.
I'm just a hater.
Sådan der.
So,
Og så kommer han til at spille det.
ignore the fact that I am hating Ocaml. But like one of the examples
Så var
that
det
I learned yesterday, which is very, which I was very surprised to see, which is that the evaluation order is unspecified. So when you are saying, when you are like record, construction, evaluation, order, OCaml, this is not specified, and because of that I was having the a bug, because I was assuming that the language was OCaml does not specify the evaluation order of function and its argument.
Arabic.
It does not specify the order of evaluation when you construct the thing, which is very weird in my opinion, in a language which has side effects.
Actually, Japanese and Korean.
They want to eat me.
It's weird AF. I'm sticking with though. What are you trying to build with it? Usually it's right to left.
Getting down to the
No, usually it's left to right in most languages. Right?
The Prodoka one
In which languages it's right to left? Or you mean like the order of evaluation of a function and its argument is right to left? I think even that is not even like right to left, but left to right. But what I had the bug with is when you like when you create the this thing, right? The record. So you are initializing the first field, then you are initializing the second field. So this over here is also not specified, and I had the bug because of that. Because it was doing it out of order of what I have written here.
When you go to set up prices, Steam will suggest pricing for all
If you need to depend on it, you should use explicit level mining. Yeah, I know, but
and then
I only learned it yesterday because I was assuming that the language is having some like same semantics, but that is insane in my opinion.
Så forsvinder jeg.
so they've got
Jeg er rigtig ked af, men jeg synes, den er effektiv.
they said they've thanks Gabe. I know. Just taken
Alright, so right now I'm having a problem. I fixed the
all
bug
you do
and I
is enter
introduced
the price
the
in USD.
issue
So in
with
my case, I
performance.
enter like USD, and
So
then
what we're doing here, I'm
Steam
having a
goes,
language
cool,
which has
is
inference, right?
pricing
And I want to have a map from a value into like whatever, right? So I call this thing a value map, right? But the problem is that the values are not necessarily inferred yet, right? So how do we have a map where the key might be not inferred, and then later is inferred? That is my problem. So previously the way I was doing it is I had some implementation of the compare function for inferred values, which behaved basically differently whether the value is inferred or not yet. But it means that we are changing the like we potentially change the order like of the keys in the map while they are in the map still, right?
Yeah,
So I had a bug because of that, and right now I'm using the simple implementation of a map which allows for basically mutable keys by storing the list of key value pairs and doing the lookups and stuff in just linear time. So how do I do this properly though? That's the question. Have you guys tried making your own programming language, and did you need such a structure? There are reasons for it, but yeah, maybe better choices could have been made. There are good reasons, mostly because of optional and labeled arguments making the evaluation order weird to assume in some way. Optional and labeled arguments are weird? Are making weird
shifting stack.
That's how I would do it.
Yeah.
Why would it be
Jeg
something
fejlede
else?
ikke ventet på, at de gik tilbage til lavet.
Because like technically your function is implemented as having like the other argument being the first one. So you don't need to hold the reference to the function argument before that argument is actually like consumed by the function.
That should be,
I
that
guess.
should work, but
I don't know. But
it's the opposite.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can get used to it, but it is very unintuitive in my opinion. C++ had the same had the same thing, and C++ fixed it relatively recently in C++ 17.
Try.
Right.
But there are people who try to hate
Hvad skal jeg lave, når jeg får twisted?
Did they have a good reason for the same thing too? Well, in C++ you don't have like the functions with multiple arguments being functions returning functions, which makes it a little less weird in that case. But how do you explain the reason for the order of evaluation of the fields in records, though? That doesn't explain it. With option arguments, I can kind of see the point, maybe.
Now we have no progress.
With functions, I can maybe see something, but what about the initialization of the fields?
Depth equals 0.
Ooh.
Is it because this is also implemented as a function behind the scenes,
ID greater than max depth. Echo.
or something? Construction of an object.
Depth.
Kan du huske mig, Krille 90?
Maybe.
Ja, sådan, det kan jeg godt huske.
Alright, anyway.
Men med bestemte ting. Med bestemte ting.
That's not very far.
I do that for
10, 11, 12.
German as well. Just to see,
Historical
just to
sync
make
machine, right to left evaluation.
Yeah.
Jo, jeg kan godt huske det.
Error out
Oh,
when we hit
Men det var ikke det, jeg mente, måske.
We go into
Ja, okay. Altså, nej, det er ikke noget bestemt. Nej, men jeg kan godt huske det. Jeg kan huske det.
Okay, so I already explained my problem, right? And the question is how do you solve it? The maps with mutable keys, basically, without having a linear lookups. It's not like exactly maps with linear keys, though, because this is specifically made for inferable values,
yeah. German.
right? So what can happen with an inferable value? One thing that can happen is that two inferable values become the same value, in which case we basically have now, instead of two keys, we have one key, in which case we need to unify the values of the map of the value which is associated
Maybe I need
with
to do like a set
the key, or like ignore one of them or something, I guess.
It doesn't need to go out of their way to
I think
make
it should not matter.
Is that?
We are using it here.
It's possibly German. Okay, that's cool.
It was totally not. We get to 23 instantly in this direction.
Another thing that can happen is that we infer what the value is.
Yeah, and
So
that's the thing.
the key in the map is either inferred or not inferred, right?
It's like,
Yes,
And I feel like what we need to have is two separate
that just means it's filling in the easiest one.
maps.
There's shovelware on every platform, basically.
But inferred values can contain
almost
other not inferred values inside of them.
Do we want to resort the
Lige over
list
her, synes jeg.
after each
Hvor spændende computer.
like with the new
Det er også for meget skade, kan jeg se. Det er det der
That's gonna be
dark
so
der giver så meget skade, måske.
I
Når man er i
need
nærheden af
It's
det.
right. Maybe
Det kan jeg ikke.
something. What was it then?
I'm wondering, by the way, if the evaluation order. I mean, it is not specified, so yeah. Like there's also the different like target. I'm using JS over camel, and there were some inconsistencies with how that works versus the native like version of the camel 2.
What happened in 23?
Hvor tror jeg nu ikke, de er?
I mean, I just comment that out
ude i
now.
det er med.
Just to not bloody it.
But you know what, Camel? How about this thing also? So I'm using the derives to derive equality and borders, but I don't want it to be derived for all of my types, only for some. But I have a recursive language with all of the types being recursive, and it seems like I can only annotate the whole recursive group and not any specific thing. That is so annoying. Is there no workaround? Because it feels like I cannot annotate a specific type at all.
Cool.
Like I can give annotations to the fields and to the whole item, which is the entire recursive group.
They validate that what you're uploading.
But I cannot give any annotation to the preprocessor
After
to
that,
a single item in the recursive group. That's right.
Sådan der med den der.
Like, I think there's intermittent checks. Like, they're not going to check every build, especially if you're in like the early stages, because
It's probably just
Okay, here's my map. Here's my map, and here's my performance bottleneck, I guess. Find opt in a map is iterating on the list to try and find something there.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, is that actually the performance bottleneck? How about the profile?
we can take?
A little bit.
Into a place that has a letter.
Well, I mean, I was just profiling, right? It was.
Let's go say Steam has a lot of moderators. I don't think they have enough to check every patch. No. And it's not even the moderators.
The ID map.
If there
It's
was
not
a
like
letter there,
moderators
then
get
you can't write a zero over top of all
validated. It's like actual people at there's a team
Check
that
Unite is the thing. Yes. And I was there, which is actually a different thing. It's not this one.
you can call them moderators, but they're not.
This zero maybe is illegal.
They're not moderators in the sense of
Unite.
like,
It's literally this. And this map is used where? Like var.map. It's used in substitution of the bindings. Yes. So a lot of substitutions are happening.
Steam used to make a lot of games. They still make games.
Jeg har ikke en botning, jeg har kun dig. Jeg har
I
kun
mean,
haft
they
dig.
released Counter-Strike 2 a couple of years
Hold op, tjek. Jeg har haft dig. Ja, det er så fedt.
Okay, så er det lige meget med den der ud
Ja,
til.
du kan bare gå ind og ud derude.
Can I do something like?
Who are we gonna go to? Who are we gonna go
Because
say
when I'm
hi to?
substituting, I'm creating the cache here, right? Implementation new complex. The first form map create. This is it. This is the one.
Vi kræver, at jeg kan lave
This is the one. I want to know that I am substituting here. How many caches am I creating? That's my question, right?
Charge der.
Right. Starting, substituting, created new cache.
That's the thing
Det var
about
hyggeligt
this
spil at kigge på.
time.
Jamen det er også ganske hyggeligt at spille faktisk. Jeg kunne ikke spille mange timer nu, men
Let's just make a thing that's
Maybe
like.
it's span.
bedste.
Let's see what's the span.
That's where we'll go.
Where is that actually happening?
Go to Robotic Heads.
Bart, han dræbte min...
Wait, hold on. I'm creating new cache at Subvar, and that is wrong. Wait, that is wrong. Right?
We're gonna go see
Subvar is the span which is inside over here. Subvar.
Nej, Sparrow.
Doesn't look like it.
smide det der af også, så skal jeg
So, which
they
means
had
that
a
I'm
usual
creating the new cache from inside substitution. That should never happen.
Jeg kom ind af den her under 1200, så smider jeg
Sådan
noget.
der.
That should never
Tak for
happen.
det, Retro.
Good.
It takes that long to do the house migrations.
Okay.
That's
So
pretty
this
slow.
span is used to
Ej, det begynder at regne.
Let me see.
Ja, ja. Jamen, det er så sindssygt.
Og hvordan, der var ikke mere hernede, vel?
Han mente, det han gjorde
Der
det
var den
godt.
der security ved 3 der.
YouTube stream
Skal jeg
refresh.
garanteret op og
I'll be
noget
back in
her.
9 hours, just so you know. Okay.
this span is used to create new not inferred variables
So you're gonna go into the
Der er også en
control.
der.
You gotta go
So
and
content
to do the unification over here.
correct.
Så er det nok ikke for sjovt med det
Bring
der.
your source. That's so much work, guys. Oh my god. Alright, have a good one on Twitch.
Den der, den vil jeg
I'll
gerne have i
Is it
siden,
the
faktisk.
creating of the new not inferred value subvar?
We're stuck around 22.
So, for example, substitute type.
Pico ID, Pico 49
Substitute type
authorization.
is this, where new not inferred is type new not inferred. Okay, and type new not inferred is new not inferred type, which creates the new context.
Okay, der skal bruges en ID.
Wait, hold on. New context.
Okay, det kan jeg selv få.
This is the normalized bindings, implementation, new not inferred type.
Jeg har ikke noget data
I
cabling.
can make these better.
Security. Okay, der er et eller andet, jeg kan.
No, new not inferred type does not have anything.
Alle uden papper. Spille mod mig. Alle.
It's the new not inferred values probably, right?
Jeg spejder hans pande, fordi jeg fucking
Der er
kan
noget derinde,
When
ikke?
I have substitute value. New not inferred
Vessel.
value. New not inferred value
Ja, det er det.
creates this, which is doing
Security.
I do wonder if this syntax is the fastest thing. Is this still new?
Downloading. Så downloader vi
I
lige
don't
en,
understand right now.
authorization.
Well, what's happening? We created a new cache at subvar.
It doesn't like.
Er vi enige om, der skal
It does
bruges
all
noget
of it.
power dertil, ikke?
Before it starts looping as well.
Can I get current to camel like stack trace in this case? I guess I can, right? I can? I
Jeg er
can.
ikke langt ned til power her.
I probably like I can at least like throw an exception, catch the exception, and print its stack trace, right? Immediately. There's one way. Maybe
I have
there's
no cable.
dedicated functions for that. I don't know.
Oh, depth 24.
Starting sub. Starting sub. Created new cache over here.
Why did we not say
Sådan er
depth?
det, så er jeg kortere. Og det gør jeg.
So I want this to happen. Print exception.
Sådan der. Og så der, når jeg der, så over.
Get backtrace. Returns a string containing the same exception backtrace that print backtrace would print. Print backtrace. Prints an exception backtrace. The backtrace lists the program location where the most recently raised exception was raised and where it was propagated for function calls. So I must have the
Backtracking far enough?
the exception
Like we're not
in this case, right? So we do try with who? We just say let exception
In an ideal world, we would say like what
and then we just like erase foo
when we hit
and we have then we just print backtrace
plastik og i iron. Det kan jeg jo ikke få herfra, er jeg sikker på. Det giver bare scraps.
Where's my backtrace? Where's my backtrace?
Kan jeg bygge
Oh,
noget
it's
af
printed
det?
like
Så
here.
er det lag i spillet igen.
And then it stops printing it like over here.
Det kan jeg ikke
Like
lave,
this. After this line, I need to see the backtrace because I'm printing it here, right? Print and then look at the backtrace. I'm supposed to see it, right?
Fordi
Look
det
at the
der
backtrace, and then there is no backtrace. Hello?
med vater, når der er strøm på den her.
Like, if the thing that's making it unsolvable is the first thing,
I just
need
decided
to
not
go
to
all
print
the way back.
anything.
Plastik og 4 iron.
It did print it over here, so we have
Makes sense.
substitute bindings,
But I
substitute
need to, I'm trying to
bindings.
think of how do
Wait,
you
George,
detect
raised
that
here, raised here, raised here.
the guy is the offender.
Det er jeg faktisk ikke prøvet. Nej, darling.
I have a single-threaded program.
I think it's if you hit this case
Det
in
er bare
every
længe siden. Den der, det er 26 minutter siden.
Raised as this. This is not a full stack trace either.
Nå, men det kan være, det var det.
Where's the full stack trace?
yeah, if you hit this case in
Det kan
every
være,
one
at
of your
jeg så bare skal huske, at jeg skal have plastik. Ja, nu kan jeg ikke huske, hvad der er mere. Hvad var det?
then this
Plastik
is
og
the
hvad?
problem. Is there
Jeg synes,
something
det
like
er ret interessant
intersecting
spil.
that
Ja, det er
makes
det. Det er det. Det er sgu
unsolvable?
interessant nok. Også måden, man spiller på. Det kan jeg egentlig godt lide.
And then you can backtrack until you hit
Hvorfor har jeg ikke lært det der gaskæbe der?
I think I'm good to do deliveries, you know.
Var det metal? Metal, plastik og...
I honestly think I'm good. I feel good.
Se, jeg har allerede glemt det. Og det kommer.
so maybe that looks like having another grid
Ja. Glas skulle jeg ikke bruge.
where you track
get the
what
car ready.
depth
I'm just not going to
the
get
cell
it.
is set at.
We'll head out.
Let's try to get the backtrace. Let's try to get the backtrace, sure.
So at least I'll
Produce a
have
string containing the same exception backtrace.
installed the moods to do deliveries after that.
Se,
Isn't it like
hvor
printing branches and the number of branches gets to
det var
zero?
faktisk præcis meget samme, jeg
If the
skulle
number
prøve
of
før.
branches gets to zero.
Så det vil sige, at jeg har slet ikke smadret alt
I
det
put
der.
one suit on. Hello?
Så jeg har også lige...
Okay, the backtrace is erased over here, which is useless. Where's my full backtrace?
But I don't think we want to go back to one depth.
That's not the full one.
That's
This
what's already
language.
going on.
This language.
Going back one is not far enough.
Jeg lavede lige pistolen bare for en god ordens skyld.
How do I print the full backtrace?
Backtrack all
In
levels
your
where the
panel.
corner is too.
Jeg er kun i halv.
I already have
How do you know you
ammo
won't miss the
running
right
around
answer?
the B.
Yeah, let me put my phone on.
Det er ikke så godt. Jeg klarer ikke at være så godt.
Where is the battery? The battery's in your phone.
It's because of camel be no camel, of course.
I think we have a grid.
I do have the bug info,
Stores.
You know what, SM? I didn't actually
record backtrace
Who
true,
knows about it with
Yeah, you're just trying to
any
click
names
base.
one tries the runtime alone. I have that in my test things, I guess.
Keep another grid. That's what. Okay.
Okay, sure, let's do this in the main.
Der er sådan en milliard af dem. Hvad er så det?
Exception record backtrace This is not the full backtrace. There's a single line here.
Så nu vi gør sådan her. Så kunne vi jo...
Yeah, apparently you just need to disconnect the terminal.
Maybe this is
And then
Sådan
reconnect.
der, så kunne vi bygge sådan en af dem her.
print exception.
Expert chat will be there to help, right?
We might not need a copy.
Backtrace slots. Get call stack returns the description of the top of the call
Yeah, maybe
stack
I'll bring my
at the current
toolbox.
program point
Just in case.
with at most n entries. Note, this function is not related to exceptions at all, despite being part of the print exception module. Okay, maybe this is what I need. I need the get call stack. Then I don't need to raise exception. That makes sense.
Skal vi prøve at se der? Hvad er det, den kræver?
Get call stack.
Live frame og
Int.
display.
Let's say that int is going to be like 100.
I haven't seen it.
Right? So this is call stack.
Så
But I've heard that the next
Okay.
Volkswagen Golf will be.
Now how do I print it? This is a rollback trace. Print exception.
I don't think it's been released yet.
Print rollback trace, right? Print a rollback trace in the same format
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
that this one is using.
And we successfully do
But
a set
printing for some reason,
Bristle, I actually.
I was printing it like
I would be very.
in a separate thread or something.
Sometimes there is an anti-theft device. that
STR call stack.
Så er der lige kun 2 tilbage, så begynder han at lave de andre.
Let's see if it does that again.
Yeah,
I guess we'll just get the mechanic to fix it whenever.
Så sådan
Okay, this is definitely looks like a bigger one, right? Okay.
I'd like to know if you're on the intent.
So let's see, starting sub,
That makes it
right?
sound like I'm not.
Create a new cache. Add syntax. So I want this to be only if, okay, I want to do this if span,
Man skal selvfølgelig have nogle kår bømmer, inden jeg løber nogle vegne.
Alright, I said welcome back, Simon.
if span Yuri is the fake one, right?
Wait a minute.
Skal vi se. Hvordan kan man sætte, hvad det er, der er i den?
Ah, yeah. You know Vonvix, one of the mods, she has a AD3 Volkswagen.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, they were just like really happy that I spoke Thai. Where did you study? Because I think the fact that I go to a university removes a lot of scrutiny.
It's
To
fake.
be honest, because it's impossible to like cheat your way or fraud your way through university. It's like, Duke. Okay, see that's it. Because Duke gets the scrutiny still too. Because it's not named after the king. Interesting. Yeah, we talked about this before you going to Duke. I remember now. Yeah. I don't know. So I just looked up keyboard because I wanted to, how to say here's my keyboard. I know how to say here's
This exit.
whatever. But
Yeah, it's just exit.
I was like,
Every stable function
so I just look up the word for keyboard. You know, I perplex exit as well to make sure I'm not being
Should I say
Let's do that.
like that kind of shit. And I even asked, I was like, hey, are there any other positions to look out for? Like,
your PC is slower than mine. Mine is not very like the top end currently.
Yeah, no,
At
you
all.
never reset the.
This first build. And some build is 0.7. Okay. But my build from scratch is 10 seconds right now, right? Think we tried that already? My build from scratch takes 10 seconds.
Let's drop things.
I mean 12.23 seconds. Wait. It already is 36 seconds.
This is some scary
Wait,
stuff.
where's the time? How do you interpret this again? I don't know, I'm lost. My brain is not working after looking at the panel for so long. It breaks me. Just wait until the AI bubble works, then you can afford better RAM. It's not the RAM that's the issue, right?
Slaughter. Unknown entities.
Could go for another level of tie, and also
I mean, maybe it's the disk. I don't know. I don't know which actually is taking. Like, maybe your CPU is so stuck below. Like, you have.
it's at the point where they quiz you.
I don't know. I'm gonna
Now,
guess.
I've been here for
Keep my 2600.
this.
Can I make second progress, please?
Try out that
I have. I feel like I have done negative progress today. You know. I mean, yes, I fixed the bug.
By the way, this
But now we have bigger problems than the bug that we had before.
play this. Play real mirror.
Sure, good, Steve.
Go for this castle. Get it going. The G4. He'll send up. So that suits you. Let's play this. There should be 322.
Thai food I
I
like.
see 6.
I mean, okay, but is this code actually running on the watch?
So I was like,
Is the question.
immigration asking me what kind of food I like.
In my inputs, this one, right? Is 19 bits generic. I was trying to run this right now. That was zero, right?
Plastic. Silicon.
I like these ones.
We do graffiti or whatever.
And yes, it is happening a lot.
Yeah, so that's the theory. So, yeah, you can't do this here.
There's like 1,000 substitution variables.
So, the two, they used to do this in the 50s, but then it's not that great. Nobody was like, oh, only this should be 5. That's kind of the first one. Right. It's the best move. The second best move in my view is
So the music sounds really chill, but the music video is watching somebody get
But we
their
start,
ass
for example, at this, right? Use a collection list.
but the music is really chill.
Læs dog tjek gang.
doesn't really.
Ascension og
Okay.
New World.
Running the guy over.
Det ved sgu ikke.
Why is this? Wait, what?
Der går nok længe.
Yes,
Unite generic type as this thing. What does that mean?
I recommend it.
Så
What does that mean? That means that I'm doing the unification here.
You're gonna
A billion times by now, it seems, right? Oh, because this thing contains a lot of generics inside the list, right? But why am I doing any substitution at all?
det er spillet andre
try to build your project in CI or whatever. I mean, yeah, if you can. Wait, no, it's done. No, it's done instantly, so that's not the problem. That's not the substitution. That is not the substitution.
Previously unheard of deaths.
Nu downloader vi lige den der. Hvad så? Har du så fri indtil den 5. eller hvad? Eller skal du bare arbejde der?
On a previous week, pick something with on but it's not an issue because like we need this for region. We're at 31. This might actually be enough.
Just watch this guy crush bills.
This might actually be enough.
This is so annoying that I don't know how to fix my bug. Or Camel can F sharp off.
I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah, I was like thinking earlier that if I was thinking about F sharp earlier,
If it runs into
like
something,
before going back to Ocamo, I feel like I should have went to F sharp because I feel like F sharp should have a lot better
there is
tooling,
one thing which is
right?
it could,
And all of the things.
it could take a
It's basically still Ocamo, but the tooling I would expect to be much better. I did not actually try F sharp though, so I don't know if that's true.
Or do we want to go to deeper? We're only going to the last, most recent.
Is F sharp better than Ocamo?
Yeah, but like say it's a 60
Short answer, yes. For most humans, F sharp is better than Ocamo.
Så burde der være noget til at faktisk
Tooling that actually works. The real debugger, the real stack traces, the real IDE support. We don't find the build system every morning. We don't net ecosystem. You interrupt with C#, Rust, C, basically civilization. Error messages that speak English. Ocamo hands you a type file language the rule. Practical by default, batteries included. Where Ocamo still wins. Compiler attack. Ocamo's type system is cleaner and more principled. I want to have more examples of how it is more cleaner. Performance predictability, native code, fast startup, no CLR warm-up. I feel like CLR warm-up is basically negligible though. Isn't that, like, is anyone having issues with that? Isn't like .NET compiling to native code too these days?
Your course goes for. So if you're doing a 2-year bachelor, you will get 2-year visa, but you'll have to do check-ins. Yeah. So that's the deal. Right now I just had a visa extension.
Ocamo's type system is cleaner and more principles because it has fewer compromises, fewer escape hatches, and less runtime nonsense baked in. GADTs without duct tape. Ocamo GADTs are native, minimal, and predictable. Okay. GADTs, by the way, I use them.
Not a check.
I'm not sure if I should have used them. I feel like maybe it would be easier if I didn't. F sharp has GADTs now, but syntax is heavy, and frame breaks faster. It breaks pretty fast in Ocamo too though. You end up annotating half the program. Same with Ocamo.
This is kind of just like
True parametric polymorphism, no subtyping poison. Ocamo has pure helium polymorphism, which is universally polymorphic and including constraints, not runtime casts. F sharp is on .NET, so it inherits nominal subtyping, method overloading, value restriction minimized. No ad hoc overloading nonsense. In Ocamo, class means int and class block means float. And in F sharp, you have that as RTP how. Compile type typing with error messages that look like corrupted
Hi, ca2.
It's pretty explicit though.
Hello. So, what GPU do you use?
Like,
Here at the dedicated server,
Så bliver jeg
I'm using integrated GPU, you know, P6 630, I think. This is what I'm using for development. Remotely from Brazil, you know. At Canada from Brazil.
anyway, you're going to rewrite and do it in TypeScript. I'm not going to rewrite my language. No, like, I mean, okay. The only reason that I'm going to rewrite if I cannot self-host for some reason. The reason should be performance, for example. I mean, this operation should just be fixed. This is a bug, right? That I have something like I want to figure out what's happening here and fix it. Before, like, my standard library should still be parsed and like compiled in less than a second usually, right? Performance of the interpreter is something that maybe doesn't really matter much because we're just going to transpile instead.
Email address list and their full fucking names, dude.
Yeah, there is no way I'm doing like doing another rewrite will take another like couple months. So no. Hi Ferry, Soka. How are you doing? We are here suffering, trying to understand the bug, and rewriting cast. Yes, that's the idea. What I want to do.
Compute how many options there are. I suppose that takes
So right now we have the like infinite substitution happening. I need to like track why is that happening. It's happening because I'm uniting generics here.
Så må vi se, hvor længe jeg er på. Så, men nu starter vi lidt her. Ja, i morgen. Nå, lad os smutte over til Green. Og se, hvordan det er til CS. Så kan jeg raise den, men pas på jer selv, og så tager vi den derfra, ikke? Vi ses. Ja, det er det. Så længe.
I want to know the original scope. So like right now we see this fake subvar. I want to like make sure that this is not the problem. Fake. Like I want to like get rid of these fakes, basically, right? I do have the context here now, right? I do have the context, and the context can have the span. How about that? Span. Yes, let's do that. So instead of saying that span fake over here, type of value shape, not this one. Wait, this is the only one here. Maybe that's not what I do then. But is the context of substitution. Yeah, this context we have we have the substitutions that happen, and we have the span here. We actually have the span here already in the context, right? Yes. So why am I even doing the fake span here? Span is that context, be effect, form, get context. here, for example, right? This is all happening in the same span. I'm doing a lot of substitution just in the STD prelude here, right? So why am I doing a lot of substitutions here, right? That's the question. The question is because we're doing the type checking, right? Because I'm lambda calculus level of substitution. So why is that? It's
I mean, it might be caused
when I'm doing the type checking, right?
if something is intersecting you and blocking you from having any moves, then it's gotta go.
Because I don't stream on TikTok and Instagram. I stream on Twitch, baby. That was funny.
Of this entire thing. Like I'm trying to figure out what the type is here. Is it in the compiler interpreter? Is it in the compiler when I'm initializing instantiation of the generics? But I'm not instantiating the generic here, so no, that's not it. It is in the interpreter. It is in the interpreter.
We're good to go then. Oh, shit.
Or is it not?
Oh, God.
It's happening during the unification of two types. Which ones? In the prelude here. Am I trying to see?
Okay, so let me show you a certain day, right?
Wait, can I not? Wait, hold on. I think I can because I already
this kind of
have
thing. Look,
the profiling. I can profile already, right? I can profile and I can see which lines of code were executed the longest. Because I'm probably doing some evaluation at compile time for too long, maybe. And I'll just do examples below. Okay, let's try not to print it.
but they keep doing that every day. Yeah. Click on the drop, exclamation,
I'm not printing it.
Good morning, Deviant. How are you?
This one, print it out.
They had a lot of work this week.
It's going to be like a huge file anyway, so maybe I should stop it at some point. Wait, trace JSON. It is 0 bytes for now. It is 0 bytes. Have I not started evaluating
today's number changes,
Hit open. Still think this is the right. Do this. This per profile. Now, how do you open this? What's the thing to open the trace? I forget about it.
So they broke off the thing.
Bring back cylinder.
Yeah. The hole is trapped underneath the car.
Yeah, we might need to we might need to bring back the thing
Mass
that
profiling. Do you have a comment here which says what was my profiling tool?
X situation.
I use the Chrome trace format,
Donkey just moved the coin at me. Let's do another one. What a catch.
which can be opened by
You can't make me.
Perfetto. That's the one.
Right off the bat,
Perfetto.
35 right off the rip.
What? Okay, and then we open the UI here, and then we open the trace file, trace JSON. Oh, that's the wrong one. Open trace file, enter projects, cast. Wait, is this unable to search? Firefox is not responding. Is this really not working? Me trying to search this shit in the list of my projects? I need to keep Firefox now because of that. Wait, it closed. Trace file. Let's not use the search, I guess. And search menu, trace JSON, there we go. Okay, so what do we see here? What do we see here? What do we see here? I do not see a lot.
How should this one have like a happiness on it? So not that one. So the way we can
How do I navigate this? What am I doing right now? Can I reset the view or something? Can I select everything? What am I touching? This is just like 800 microseconds. When I left
bottom.
silly play games, like co-op games, get a lot cheaper because it is silly, they need to have functional physics, so it's not fully skill-based, you know, they need to be
We just put this fence here, right?
very more difficult.
Oh, this is just calling a function. Wait, this is just calling a function. I don't do it properly. Yeah, I don't do it properly. But sure, let's say that we also do this. Begin and end. Yeah. How about how about have the function just record name and f. Yeah, how about this? So then we like say begin
someone's
This is not the entire
I
test.
should take off my shoes to go in here.
Or maybe it is line 1 to line
my feet before I go outside.
Probably the entirety of the standard library, right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So compiling standard library took 20 seconds, and then evaluating the standard library took another 20 seconds. Okay. Specifically, the collections module took 14 seconds to evaluate.
You're gonna be stuck with Windows 4, right? Then if you take the 1 for Windows 10, you can have Windows 5.
But we only have constants there, right? So why is evaluating that? So
11 minus 7 plus 1, because, you know, there you can't cross it, so.
So the custom library is over here. This is the entire file, and this is just after the call.
Trying to figure out.
What information does this give me?
Okay.
You're going to profile the substitution. Because substitution is what's taking a long time, right?
They're so like zoned out.
Very easy. You had to solve connection bugs once I solved the database connection, the out connection broke, and then I fixed the out merged into database. Yeah. Yeah, I'm making a program language here. I fixed the inference bug, and now we are having a huge like performance problem. So my language is really tiny right now, but in order to parse and like process the standard library, we are waiting for 40 seconds, right? Which is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be instant.
I'm having battery-related issues.
Can I maybe do something with how about we do something without standard library actually? That's a good idea, right? Maybe let's try to run something.
I need to
It's still going to be slow, right?
My bad.
Say like cast run std like
All the bugs. Okay, just to give you guys a little bit of a breakdown.
No, this one is
at a map dispensary in case you didn't read it. I was just talking about sporadically.
So what is medics that run
Dispensary, whatever you want. They're kind of chill, they're nice.
the standard
Smoke a
library?
little tie with them.
To okay, fine. Let's try
Turn off
going
your
the
refrigerator,
route
stuff like that.
minimizing the
Last time
standard
I was
library again.
And you can look at this one, with this one.
So anyway, I'm like, for sure I'm coming back here after I finish my immigration shit. There's like a big break where for sure nothing's gonna happen for an hour.
Collections
And then after that break was over, I still had to wait like 4 hours.
For example,
And then freaking
then it's instant. Wait, but it's instant then? Yeah.
I didn't realize it when I came back. I was like, okay, so I come back and they're like, oh yeah, hey, welcome back. You can smoke here. It's chill. It's fine.
Yeah, okay.
All right, sweet. Hey, poor cops. And so I
So, I mean, I think I see the problem though already, right? Like, you see how we see like this
sit down and roll and smoke a joint.
twice, right?
And
There is a
next to me they're playing like a card game. It looks like Yu-Gi-Oh.
The first set of errors.
It was like some Yu-Gi-Oh like game that's called like Card Fight Vanguard.
So this is also really weird, right?
Like 10 years
Because
ago.
the prelude
I'm like, oh, that's
is,
cute. Okay, cool, whatever. They're playing some game. Chill. I like this. Yeah. And then the cards get put away.
anything.
And this other guy comes in. He sits down with a bottle of cough syrup.
Like it like this is just re-exporting stuff, right? So why is that?
It's not over until the.
Taking a while. That's the question, right? Yes, that is the question. Here. No, not here. In the prelude. Or somewhere, right? How about this? Comp time.
Surely we can do a little bit of play.
Comp time. I mean, the print is already available here, right? So I can just do comp time, IO, print, prelude, calculated. Right? And inside of the prelude, I mean, let's just try this first.
Yeah, literally
Boom, boom.
let's go to a new
As examples, hello, right? Yeah, this one just does not have the prelude and I guess collections. Let's get rid of this error. Use collections, list where the boom to remove it. Okay, and then this one says that conflicting implementations of the cast float, by the way. I never looked into why do I have this one. Why do I have conflicting implementations? When we do the std bootstrapping, std bootstrap is over here. We do the import over here, right? Let's print 1, 2, 3 here. Is it going to be printed?
interesting. Okay, it is pretty.
So it's literally happening over here when I'm importing, right?
Why does this one not close on the?
And it's literally happening here when I'm importing. Doom is painful. If you say so. I don't think I have problems with Doom.
But you want to do the...
What's exactly is painful for you in Doom? As much as I'm struggling here myself, I don't think I see a problem in Doom. It works for me, not for thee. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. I'm asking you what's the problem that you're having. Maybe you are doing something different than I'm doing once again. So I'm just wondering what is that. I did not say that it doesn't like me. House split exactly.
Then gotta be this one.
What exactly is the problem?
Ja, se, det var godt, jeg var der. Ja, 13 og 16. Du skal da bare gå tilbage. Nej, vi gør ikke. Arkansas ikke godt det.
Conflicting implementation. So when I'm importing, compiler import is doing this.
Oh wow.
Over here, conflicting implementations. Right? This is kind of a hack right now.
Jeg føler ikke. Okay. Det er meningen, I skræmmer sig.
But why am I even having this?
Is that real?
Because when I'm importing this,
Maybe I should just have
Her her.
So maybe I should just make it easy for myself and have a static.
I'm adding the result, right? But the result state imported is this.
064.
And we can
En af de
convert
bedste supporter.
Oh yes, because I'm using
probably
the old interpreter, right? When
and then I'm like,
Just do
Void.
Rust. Rust is a good
Mistakes were
language,
made.
especially since it was compiling fast for you for some reason. I don't see the
Tälle
problem.
vaan, tälle vaan.
so just
Then
So, all good, all good.
ready?
Rust painfully verbose. Really? Compared to a camel, we are talking about like I don't know. We're talking about different things, I think.
But it's also like it's a pretty good problem just to make see if it's
So I
fun.
just do a new
And
interpreter
then
here.
I'm gonna if it's fun enough.
Why were we not having this problem before?
Area is going to be textbook.
Well, it's because my map was having incorrect implementation, right?
If it's fast, that is
That's why.
Oh, it's
So I fixed my map implementation and I'm starting to have like these issues of completing implementations, right? Maybe.
When you hear Sigurd humming, you come, my brother. We'll help you. Come now.
Try to write Rust as if it was a camel. I don't know. I'm writing my code basically the same way in Rust in a camel. I wouldn't say that I'm doing much different
Vittu kun tää
things.
jätkä juoksee vaan. Mitä?
I don't have a problem.
charge state.
Yep. Snak ikke om det. Snak ikke om det.
Maybe I'm writing a camel incorrectly is what that means.
Stop chart, did I just
Vittu on hyvä raja.
just make that up? Then we're not gonna slow down.
And then of course you'd have to enable so many clippy stuff to keep Rust sane. Well,
What this
no matter how many things you enable in OCaml, it is still not sane.
let's
So
see.
Rust is still better, right?
Altså, jeg håber så, at det gik
Like, I don't know. The starting with the fact that the exhaustiveness checking is not an error by default in OCaml. Ending with the evaluation order being weird.
Christmas tree.
Didn't they also
Just use Python. Yeah, maybe just use something that has proven to work, right? Python is proven to work, right? Right?
Mä en ymmärrä minkä takia se porppia.
So many people are using
Ne
it.
tietää tasan tämän.
in this one
Means
it's
it's good, right?
Porppi on ihan vittu tarpeen.
Kind of looks like a Christmas tree.
You mean Nim? Have you tried Nim? I'm wondering if Nim actually has a good like tooling. I feel like Nim could be a good language to use actually. Nim. I could also see myself using D, for example.
let's go to my
TypeScript has the most tooling of any language you've used. You've heard Java also has lots of tooling. I don't know. I remember I was complaining about something when I was using TypeScript in the like I was complaining about something. I don't remember what exactly about though.
You love the tech.
Like how the LSP was actually better in Rust than in TypeScript.
no problem.
This
Or
beast.
like something.
Oh, I thought you were getting
Upper planning. Bye.
this. Where is this? 0. Space.
Anime.
There it is.
14 til.
so here's the question: why does this program take more than a second? Right? Why does this take more than a second? Let's profile.
Maybe I should have checked that first.
Når jeg er klar, når jeg er en niveau til dig. Beding som medium ned i box. Jeg er klein. Så, okay, nu er vi lige pludselig blevet ekspert om, vi ikke climber eller ikke. Hvad det er, jeg hører på. Vi climber hele tiden. Jeg climber sgu da fra Q4 til Q3 hele tiden.
So you're debugging and now it's stuck.
Ja, jeg kan ikke.
Same thing, right? We see the same thing at the top. ID compare. Yesterday map. Remove and add, which is the checking. Check unite. Yes. Do some marking. This is the garbage collector, basically, right? Garbage collector is using a lot of time here.
Not expect mine to actually work. Also, I'm curious if we get there without the trimming.
Camel modify? What is camel modify? What's camel modify? Is that like mutating a variable? Can I open this thing like full screen?
It's definitely slower. Right? It's definitely slower.
I like this.
I'll count it as a
Unite. So it's the inference, yes. It is the inference. I want to know where the inference is happening. I feel like I need to do that's a specific way, right? Cast profile. Open trace file. Okay. Does this give me some information? So the question is, what is happening over here, right? What is happening over here? So this was compiling the standard library for 660 milliseconds, 0.6 seconds. And 500 milliseconds here was the inner part, and then this over here was doing a lot of things. The question is, what is these things? After compiling that, okay, let's figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think mine is just...
How do I figure it out? Because what's happening in the middle? This is the entire file, and this is 2.1 to the end of file. So this is the entire file, this is the line 2 to the end of file. Standard library. We just have the module declaration here, right? So this is when we finish compiling this, and then we finish compiling the module, right? So cast compiler, let's see, core syntax, module.
Yeah, that would be a possibility.
Right? What are we doing here? What we're doing here is we're closing the scope, and closing the scope. Why would it lead to anything though? Is closing the scope something that? I mean, let's just add the profiling data here. Record function. Closing module scope. I don't think this is what's taking the time though.
So I don't like the arena. I think the arena
Wait, it is what's taking the time. Closing module scope. Okay, why is that taking time? So when I close the scope, this can trigger some things, right? Scope close. Let's see which one. Is it the interpreter scope or the compiler scope? That's another question. Module compiler scope.
I was thinking originally that I was going to have to build up half of it and then build the back half. Actually just build it from the middle.
Interpreter scope.
So you just like wrap it around
Which one?
two things every iteration. I'm quite pleased with that.
Interpreter scope. Okay, so why can interpreter scope being closed can lead to something? Well, because we are notifying of the updates and then we are trying to do something, right? So someone was waiting for the interpreter thing to close. Oh, it's because finding the local during the interpretation notify updates, right? Because notify update is happening when I'm adding the local too. Okay.
You gotta.
Never mind. So because I have like the async compiler, this means that
Well, I guess like
Which makes those situations really difficult.
like you have tree stuff where you're
notify update scope and update. I mean, let's see when am I subscribing to the update. This is the only thing, right? When I'm
How many times it uses
I'm doing scope await update. Scope await update.
how many of the slow bouncing ones are there?
And Camel doesn't even let me see all the references. Await
The harder it is.
update. There's a lot of await updates which are potentially. Did you build that new PC yet? Prices soaring higher than AI bubble. No, I did not build a new PC yet. Not. Await update. Not specifically the interpreter.
Possible for it to go back and forth, I guess.
But I feel like await update. This one is only used. Can you do auto await
We
update
always have the
in the interpreter? Am I performing? I am performing await update here. That's for some weird reason.
really makes a big difference. Wait, we still have the ha-ha store. I wonder if we can get rid of that now. I mean, we definitely can.
Okay, I think the await update is only used here, right? To perform the await update here when I'm looking for a symbol. Let's do the infos here. Or maybe, actually, hold up. How about...
Yeah, look how much faster that
How
is.
about we actually do add this to the profiling? Cast profiling. Record. Function.
Sort powers, then
Looking for the symbol.
No mä nyt ois tarvinnut merkkiä ja vittu niinku alussa. Mulla ei ne mennyt ihan vittu muuten, mutta
Why do you think?
Mä näen
first. Waiting for the scope update.
Ei paljon auttele merkki.
Who is waiting for the scope update?
Joka
Open the trace file.
auttaa paljon merkki.
Why don't I see this here?
Leona, vittu, Keilu, niin ei paljon merkittänä tosta. Maybe how far on the boss, that's all.
So we're sorting.
I don't see this here.
We've got power.
So that is not taking time, right?
Only thing you're not doing is picking the ones that intersect the start.
Wait, what? How is that not taking time?
And I'm not ever resorting the list. I don't re-compute like what's the best option. I just run the
And other games, I realized.
which is not ideal. I think my function for doing this is
Like when I play other people's games, there are things that are very obvious.
we get most of the
However, when I'm developing my own, there's something
these
that's
ones have like
lacking in this, and I have no idea what it is.
Maybe it's all super tiny. 180 microseconds for awaiting. Closing all compilers.
Yeah,
like just for the sake
when
of
it comes to other
seeing how bad things actually be. What's it like if we
Okay, well, I mean, they do exist here. So it means that I'm not waiting. Wait, but if I'm not waiting, then why is closing actually leads to something? Like, that makes no sense. Then, right? So if closing the scope is taking time, and no one was awaiting it, then that makes absolutely zero sense.
Ennen kuin saa huomenta vittu perseet. Vittu saatana Tämä on missä auttaa tänään, kun niin on tuo toinen kiperä. Vasta kyllä hei. Hei. 42 vittu nasa. Joo, mun talo ei sulla vittu. Varsinkin kun mä kävelen niinku aamukahvia aikanaan yläksi suoraan näin.
It's pretty dang quick.
But closing the scope is just saying that it's closed and then it's notifying the update, right? So, like, the question is who...
This is interesting that we have to get to a depth of 48 and then we've already
Static tracks don't. They're just great.
Kohta varmaan väsytään.
Pitäis kaupassa käydä
Interpreter, scope, notify, update. Notify update takes 127 milliseconds, which means that there is definitely someone here on the update, right? Percent the Fs, right? List length Fs.
Vittu täällä on kyllä
Like
jotain.
how many?
I mean, I had some parsing, but I think once I understood
How many things are being called there? 11 things. 11 things. So since I'm waiting for 11 things, shouldn't I see them here? That I am waiting That's what I'm waiting for then, literally. Why am I not seeing this? Am I stupid?
It was like one thing that would be kind of interesting. I was just thinking, when you're fully charged, what if there's another 4? 1, 2, 3, 4 bodyguards? You can't.
Because this is the list of functions, and this list of function is only being modified over here when I'm removing them, and over here when I'm handling this effect. I do have a name here.
The reason for that is because this is basically
okay to commit my puzzle
all I want
inputs?
to help with the key. So instead
Can
of
I have
having
like
the help
name, comma?
layer help part, so you can just grab
What is name in this
press
case?
from the
Is a symbol?
the only behavior.
Sure. Well, let's add a symbol here.
My order here, is that alright? I just grabbed my order from over there, is that alright? Okay, thank you.
It's just weird. It's literally happening in a single place over here. When I'm trying to find the local variable, I'm trying to perform the effect, which is going to wait for the update to happen. And I was waiting for it to happen. Oh wait, no, I was okay. Maybe like. Yeah. It's not that. It makes sense. Waiting for it to happen was not the issue. Right? The issue was.
That's why we get such good underwear. See that white box in half an hour?
Let me commit some of this stuff.
Real modulo target. Nice. You force it to be created. Must be.
So over here is supposed to have actually fixed the bug, by the way.
I'm glad you put the follow-up in. It's like. Find the tree?
Damn, they got the good stuff, chat. The Andrex. You know how expensive this stuff is?
Move all the IDs from
So how does this
format.
work? Because I'm curious.
This is logging. This is like profiling, which is actually useful. Right? So profiling. Not that though. That is going to be reverted.
42 items to pick up. Drop off.
This is not going to be reversed. So profiling, preparing, and compiling. Okay, let's do that.
That would be above our pay grade.
Oh, you do? I will give you a shout.
Yeah, so it's probably like I have awaited this thing immediately.
That doesn't make sense.
Right? right? And then after awaiting it, we are executing something. After the thing is available, right? Closing module compiler scope. It's like, it's just weird since I am closing the module interpreter scope. Doesn't it mean that like I should have finished awaiting something here? That's what doesn't make sense to me here. So I was waiting for the scope to close. Because I was trying to figure out. Okay, yeah. So on update, yes. Let's say that this is symbol and unit a list, right? In the interpreter scope.
Okay, let me reconnect this cable. What if someone tries to
Symbol and unit list.
When I take it on a
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's just
Okay.
I guess you could do unit socket in
So over here we will say
and just like change the
list print symbol print fs list map fst, then, and over here we say fs list map smd, and then we call that, right? And over here I am storing name and this function. Okay, so this means that I'm going to see what was I waiting. What are the symbols that we were waiting for, I guess. Right? Wait, what? The symbols are T, U, T, 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 U, T, 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 T. That makes no sense. Wait, that actually makes no sense. This is a bug, right? Notify update T, U, T, T, T. It's Morse code from alternate dimension. Closing module interpreter scope. When I'm compiling this thing. So T is a variable which is supposed to be available in the interpreter in the during parsing and generics.
I think of a single reason why. I think it was perfectly.
Mr. B.
We're all friends.
That is very weird. Do I even have these guys in my current scope, by the way, is another question. But who is actually looking? Wait, so it basically says that someone is looking for the variable named T in this scope. But that's not supposed to be happening, right? That is not supposed to be happening. For variable named T and variable named U. U, I guess, is from the option, though. U is from the option. If we go to U is literally only present inside of the options for option that I'm closing. I would like to know, you know, one of the things that would be really useful is to know, like, when I'm debugging, what is the, what is the scope, right? What is the scope? When I'm entering this, like, I want the scopes to contain the span information, I think. You know, so interpreter scope should have the span.
But yeah, that's also why with the
So that I can print it.
in the game, that's kind of what I want to get a playtest out, just to see people think about it. Okay,
Mitä järkeä?
on the idea. Actually, put that there.
So when I'm calling the function, for example, I'm entering a scope, which is the scope, which is the definition of the function, which also means that my function definition should have the scope, but it actually has the scope. Hold on, it actually has a definition body is the expression, which is the scope of the function body, right? Yes. So span here is going to be definition body data span. Okay. Then over here, valued expression module. So similarly to that, span is going to be expression. Well, in this case, the scope itself is like the definition span, right? So definition data span then of the module, scope with target, finds target ultimate range. Fine span here is from the OpenGL, that I think. Enter scope. So yeah, when I'm entering the scope of the I just give it the span. Right. So enter scope, evaluate expression scope. This is going to create a new scope, which is expression data span here. Okay. The entering of the scope, inner stage. So this is me entering the scope and I'm doing pattern matching. So when I'm doing the pattern matching, inside of the first branch that was matched, and the only match that was matched, I'm doing the new scope. Span is going to be branch body span, right? That makes sense. And then evaluate expression loop. Span is body data span. Expression unwindable. Body. Span is body data span. Interpreter in it. So when I initialize the one, I still need to give it the span, or no? I think I just need to say that span is span a. This is the span that the scope that I never even close. Span fake in it, the initialization scope, and now the compiler. When I'm entering the scope, I'm also going to say that I need to give it the span. Maybe I should store the span in the compiler scopes too. But right now, just for the interpreter.
I have to do that one.
substitution state with bindings. Argument bindings. I guess this one is going to have the span.
Siis mä muuteltiin kaikkia, mä niinku ihan turhaan mä niinku varmaan mä en pelaamaan mutta on
This is me figuring out the type of instantiating of the generic.
Ei toikaan nyt enää vittu.
Yeah.
In the replacement stream. So do I not need to escape the first one?
Yes. So span I think is going to be argument.
Mitä tää
Turn. Span maybe.
Jos on mitään järkeä.
When we enter scope, it's going to be scope of the expressions. Span is expression. Span.
Mitä mä nyt pysäyttää, että se on free fire.
I can delete your bro.
For syntax, this is a function type. Function type. I am entering the scope here.
Ei oo mieltä.
Using GLFW for handling? No.
Function type.
No.
But I mean, sure, let's just say that.
Not using GLFW.
When I have the function, so this is now the function definition. I enter the scope of the function definition. Let's have the entire function.
Se istuu mun tornin takana ja luulee vittu, että...
Enter scope. This is a generic, which is
Fiksu minki. Nyt se menee kuolee. Niinku...
I'm just going to put it in our span. What is this? Wait, this is another generic? Oh, we have that was generic type expression. This is generic value. Scope span. This is a module. Enter the scope. Span.
Then so doing everything from scratch.
Implement
That's
syntax.
nuts.
Siis toi niinku kertoo ihan vittu. Sit niinku ihan vitusti niinku.
No, sometimes there are options where you can choose GTK3, GTK4, KD5, KD6, LXQ, LXQ1, LXQ2. There are shared things between
Nah, not in this case. In this case, the scope is a span
cute things.
body of the
Qt5 can be used by KD5 and Qt6 can be used by KD6. Wait, Q5 can be used by KD5 and LXQt1 and Qt6 can be used by KD6 and LXQt2 and Q can be used by Q5 and Q6 and for all KD or LXQt. Then the G can be used by K.
É 2 ovos ou 1?
Some E pode fazer o outro com mel.
Então vai ser um ovo,
Tudo
mel,
torrado, tudo torrado.
certo.
Without parentheses. What's the bug? For which one?
And now I need the ability to create
Is that my standard library?
a pure, sort of pure OpenGL window.
Less than 1 second.
So I'm reactivating this project. Acme window XLF, possibly also XCB, and possibly also Wayland.
Maybe these people can help? I don't know. Maybe.
So I think C2 is very, very aggressive in terms of implementation. Generally, I don't. This is an exception, right, to use a toolkit. The advantage is that you integrate better with the window manager, but C2 generally does this way, right? Use the most low-level library. This is the normal approach of C2. This is an exception, and frequently I don't regret, because for many applications using GTK4, these toolkits, using the help of this toolkit is not help. It's more like C2 trying integrating with GTK or KD. I mean, these toolkits, they try to take the place of to take the work, right?
You became distracted, sniped by some kind of arcane puzzle. Yes, that's what happened to me right now. Let's see what the puzzle is about. There is a grid. Each letter starts with a sequence of digits, which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. Is there a dark mode on this website? I don't see the button for dark mode, okay. It's hold on, style editor. New style sheet. Body. Inverse. One. Is that how you do it? Wait, how do you do this? CSS inverse. Invert. Filter.
Yeah, I'm still delivering these groceries, yes. 42 items.
Wait. That just made the text disappear. It's not the body? It's like maybe it's a document? Wait. I don't know how to CSS. Okay, color, white, background, color black. Body. Okay, nice. We have the dark mode enabled. Alright. There's some kind of a grid. Each letter starts a sequence of digits which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. There are both lowercase horizontal sequences and capital letter vertical sequences. I'm struggling to read anything. I should just stop streaming actually.
Okay, so now let's do this.
sequence form numbers. I don't understand. I don't understand the words that are written on my screen right now. Each letter starts a sequence of digits, which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. That wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. So like A starts a sequence which ends at B, right? Is that correct? So this A0, A1, then B0, B1. Okay, makes sense. And they like they go only horizontal, right? And then they wrap. They only do horizontal, it seems. Okay. Yeah, and then F over here just wraps horizontally like this. Okay, that makes sense. They're both lowercase horizontal sequences and capital vertical sequences. Okay, the sequences for numbers. For the above grid, they might be written like this. Okay, so we can convert a grid into two grids. Digits can be any single decimal digit. Digit which start a sequence cannot be zero. Wait, what? Digits can be any single decimal digit. Digits which start a sequence cannot be zero. But you literally start all your sequences with zeros here. Each letter starts a sequence, and the thing that you draw here, it starts every sequence with a zero. E.g. A0 may not be zero. Oh, A0 is not... Oh, okay, A0 is a variable, I guess, right? Okay. Additionally, you have some facts. A is cube, B is palindrome, C is a power of 2, D is square, if multiple of 1 to 7. To refresh, there's a slight clarification for the thing you need to do. Oh no, the dark mode is gone. The puzzle requires rather a lot of arithmetics, and elves can only count on one hand. They often get confused by a number of digits larger than 5. You see, in this example, A is 21 is not a cube. B is 42 is not a palindrome. So the incorrect answers are A, B, C, D, F. Okay. The sum of the wrong numbers is this. Okay, so we need to find the number, the sum of wrong things, and like every letter means something that we need to check. But how do we say, like over here, A, lowercase a is 21? Why? Why is A 21? We are actually given the matrix, right? We are given two matrices. We are actually given the matrix letters. We are given two matrices, the numbers, right? That's my input. The letters and the numbers, right? That's my input. Oh, and then you actually like do this. Okay. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, fine. I get it. This is Firefox. Got him. Oh. There was no clarification, he just made me lose my dark mode, I see. Thank you. Okay, fine. Let's try to solve this. Advent of code 2025. Okay, so this is going to be day liquid cake. Is there only one day? Like there's 2 parts, it seems, right? Do this puzzle. Test this though. Do you submit it? Part 2 is available at your answer HTML in your directory. Oh, I see. Nice. Can we see the list of files here? Ah, this is a directory already. Liquid. Okay. 1. Alright, let's try right rewriting some program in some previous version of my programming language, which was not completely broken yet. Source state let's comment this out, by the way. Or else my LSP is still going to be slow. I don't need it to process the other days. Time to run a Durbuster. Hello, this Razor. Alright, let's see. So first we need to parse the thing. Okay. And there's also, and this is my example input, right? This is the example input, and that one is the actual input. Right, so we save this as this should not take a long time, right? At least the part one. I don't think it should take a long time. Input txt. This over here is going to be example txt. Okay. Let's copy paste this. What do I have here? Well, you can just like give the yeah, and also we do USR bin and cast chmod plus x source liquid main. Okay, so this can work. Now we can just read this thing. String lines input line. If I can still remember how to write my programming language. So I want to create a map, right? So map is list. It's not mutable. List push back to the map, the line. If it is, if I am parsing, yeah, let's say parse state is
you're making a new
map,
game, McDodger?
I guess. Parse state.
Yeah, so I came in, I was listening to you and you were talking about when I play other
Either
people's
parse
games,
the map or the parse the
like aware, like what
like
fixed.
rules.
And then when you play your own game, you're like, what is missing? Why is this garbage? And I was like, that's how I feel.
I guess
all
letter
the
map
time.
or rules or digit map. I don't know. Let's do that.
So I was like, I was gonna
And
say
then if we
something.
see the empty line, then we progress to the next state, right? So if
But I feel
string
you for sure.
length line
All right.
0.
What? All right. So, missed it. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Getting all upset when I don't say hi to you. Okay, so we are working on kind of like newer, easier levels, basically.
Parse state. Parse state is match parse state
Rat Pack Digital.
with so I was parsing the letter map and now we're doing the rules. If we were doing the rules, then now we're doing the digit
Morning,
map.
Spa Monk. How's it going?
If we were doing the
So-
digit map, we just continue doing the digit map, I guess.
Thank you, Dreamer, for the bits. Appreciate it.
I mean, in this case, case I just return immediately. Whatever.
So what I've done recently is I've made these like
Okay, so now we just
things.
match bar state.
And my webcam is broken, or
And I
it's
kinda just
looking
block you
at
from
something
it
somewhere
is-
I
else.
thought
Give me a
about
sec.
putting it on here.
As always, everything is always broken. Rusty
just
as
kinda
hello.
didn't like
Hope
the
you
way
are
that
feeling festive yet. Are we feeling festive yet? What fucking hell? I bumped my coffee. Give me a sec.
Let's call this letter map. So we have a letter map. We will have a digit map.
I don't have a clear direction vision that is.
And we will have
that
what is this called? Is this
I
like
made what I
rules?
hoped would be fun, and it
I
wasn't.
don't know. Let's call this letter rules.
That's kind of how I feel
Is
with
it
this
going to be
game a
map?
lot. There are some levels where I'm like, oh my god, I'm.
Do I not have a map?
And then the other
I
times,
think it's not in the preview. Just the corrections map. Map rate. Okay.
I just realized. how
Okay,
these
it could have been
things
way
sync up.
worse. It could have been way worse, so it's okay. USB video
Okay, so
is
anyway,
disconnected.
Okay, if we have
Because I forgot.
I wanted you to not be able to
I'm
screen
just
The
going
only
to
reason
pause the
why
move
it's
here.
disconnected. Must be afternoon, right? Yeah, it's 2 p.m.
Yeah, I added the
Hey,
screen.
the side switches
thing a
are
while
all
ago,
functional.
so
You are
I was
blue.
able to make
Almost
stuff
Christmas
like
stream.
block
Yeah,
the
Smacks,
screen,
hello.
which I can
I'm
do now.
filled
So
to the
there's
brim with
walls
stolen.
where you
It's cold
can't
outside,
make
just
that.
missing the snow. Swollen with stolen, nice. What is stolen?
Which I wonder if that would be.
What is stolen? Welcome, guys. Welcome to the show.
wondered if that would
no,
be
it's not a show. Today we have a few things to do. We have some. We could do a bit of Lexi spell,
anyway,
but
I wanted
mostly
it
admin
to
work. I can show you some
be like
stats,
that,
and I
where
can
it's like
make a
you can't
post
screech at these
on
things, which I can
Steam or
do.
something. That's one thing.
Just kind of
I need to do some hyperslice work, of course, as always. The release is getting pretty close, and I'm
It's not
totally
list.
not ready.
In this case, it's a map,
And we
right?
are going to playtest full box's game called Scope Creep. We are going to
Let's
playtest
say
today.
instead
I'm just looking
here,
at the thing, see if I can playtest it live. There's still some details that are complete, yes, effects and stuff.
I mean,
Okay,
you
you stream, you can
digit
make sure you put the category correctly and mention it's playtest. Okay, cool. So we're going to start with that.
this guy.
That's pretty.
Actually, I should probably fix this.
That's pretty sure.
So for digit
We're going to start with Scope
convert
Creep.
it into.
So
Do I want to convert it into an
I
actual
was
number?
arcing my radar
Kitty
this morning
meow.
a bit. Not this morning, but
Probably, right?
before streaming after lunch.
Can I iterate over strings that
I've been arcing my radar a tiny bit. This game is addictive as fuck, and I don't know when because I don't have time.
iterate
I want to work on some enemies like we have in Arc because it is incredible. I think the easiest
I mean,
enemies from
I like it for sometimes, but in
Give me a
cases
second, I
like
need to
this,
check
there
what
was
the
a
cats
lot
are
of them.
doing.
digits.
So, for example,
This must be new check here. So over here for every character, I need to
Okay, it's fine. They just bumped the.
say char to.
They just bumped the collapsible basket for stuff.
it's obvious like what his power.
I would like to reduce the enemies from Arc Raiders, and I think the easiest are how are they called? Like the drones. The drones would be really easy to reproduce because to give them this natural look, you can actually program them like real drones, which means you can program a PID. Which is even easier to do because in real life you have to have sensors and stuff, and you have to tune it, and tuning your PID in real life can be hard because you have a real drone that's moving and stuff. In the game it's fucking easy, so I would love to do that, and I don't know, maybe
to see is
but how did they?
that would be after Lexi spell release, which would be like in
I guess I just wanted more of an
after like March. It's so fucking horrible to think about. You said it now. It's a show.
Let's
Sorry.
say there's.
How
in
cold
this
is it near
particular
you? Well, it's okay. It's okay. I don't know, but seems better than
the character.
And if you pretend the
So it's very
lines
similar to gingerbread, but no chocolate and no
there,
brown, but instead
how do
formed
you
like,
know which one powers
formed like a bread loaf.
I think so. It does, right?
That's
I think I've seen it
and
already.
obviously in this
We don't
over,
have
if
that
you're
in
in a normal
France.
like this,
We don't
Not
really
over
have
this,
that
they're
in
all
France,
next to
but
each other.
Is it
but
difficult
yeah,
to
they were all
implement?
separate.
I think
These things were all
it's not the
separate.
first time
Why
I'm
is-
seeing
why
it.
would
Over
Especially more
different,
collapsible
it
things
would
collapsing
matter
sounds like intended.
which
No, it
way
was
you
already
compare
collapsed.
strange right
But
now.
the cats,
So that's
the
kind of
cats
the
sometimes are
problem.
growing really, really
I think I
fast.
should be able
They're
to
like
compare
chasing each
strengths.
other, and they probably just slipped on it.
Oh, okay. If you wanted
cats have
not
brought
to
you
them
a
off,
present.
I have
They're
thought
just
of
wrapping it.
this.
I would love that, but no. So yeah, I'm gonna be live this
can
week.
fix
I didn't
that,
post I didn't post the schedule because honestly I didn't schedule anything. I think I'm going to be live
Is
very often. Maybe I'm gonna be live more.
use
I know many streamers that I usually watch are not
but
here,
then we're going to
so I
extend
might as well
it.
just stream,
RGB to the
which
rescue.
means maybe I'm not streaming on Wednesday because Wednesday this is when I have my dinner with family, so I will have to prepare some stuff. But it's highly possible that on the 25th I will be there, no problem.
I see.
However,
Okay.
I'd suggest you can store stolen for a month without it going bad. Good to see it survive half a week. Yeah, that seems maybe a bit
Because that's the associate module. I
far-fetched.
cannot extend
Hey
it
Seto,
like this.
how are you
Okay,
doing?
fine, whatever.
Merry
We'll just have a
Crisis.
standalone,
I see you have some cool
function
references.
string.
Okay, so let me check what this is saying.
It's just a separation.
This
Now
is
it's
game,
string
you can fill out
character.
once you're done playing. There's still some details that are complete like okay. I think we're ready. Let's start
basically
playing Scope
need-
Creep. What I wanted, oh my god,
Just say
SEO on that name is not
do I
amazing.
have index order substring?
SEO
No, I have
on
not
that name is
implemented
not
it yet.
amazing.
So we can. I mean, yeah.
So let's write
Using
playtesting,
yes, index of
playtesting
substring
at full box. It doesn't work.
and sub as string. So this is going to return yeah, let's implement that.
Hey, Arkham, how are you doing? Come to work.
Strength
Keep it
balance.
as you have my skill points. Thinking of building the files. Yeah. Sounds cool.
Implemented using
It is right for your purchase. I've been eyeing this game.
so
Scope
I'm
Creep.
going to match
Okay. Cool.
index of substring
Quem que tá pagando o... A gente tá pagando
this sum index. Then I will need to do string
a net?
So this is an incremental game, I think. So Seto might be interested. I mean, I don't know what it's about, but I've seen some screenshots and it looks gorgeous. Okay, amazing.
Ou tá no débito automático na caixa?
Posted that, which is basically playing Lexi spell with a cat cat's mouse, with a cat mouse, yeah.
and this
Why is my display like this? Why is my display like this?
Esse Panasonic foi pra fita, né?
It's just fun, and so I found to add it to the game as a proper feature. This is just using another software. I'm probably going to do it for the mode as a I will probably do a supporter DLC for the game where you can basically pay slightly more to get nothing, and this will probably be what the DLC is. Like you can have like a little cat paw or something. That's pretty fun. Anyway, and so I wanted to reply to this guy.
Só que esse aqui não tem essa pecária, né?
these premises.
Think about it. After release,
So how do we not index of substring, right? I need to be able to check it, right? So we do for
mobile
I
market
0 to string length s minus string length of this substring.
Let's start.
Plus one.
Removing the music. We are setting the string category to scope.
Yeah, so I have to make sure that
I hope it's going to work. Let's see.
Here.
So I would have to change all of this.
Is it working?
I see it.
Tá trazendo comida agora que eu tô mexendo com o telefone? Meu Deus. Gosta de me entupetar.
Precisa de ajuda?
Sim, né?
Tá.
Primeiro eu preciso identificar de onde que é esse fio para tirar. Não, aqui, né?
It does make them look. I don't know if they look that much.
Só.
Da onde você tiver, onde você tem que pôr, né?
Da outra fonte. Essa fonte é de conexão. Falei fonte.
Qual outra fonte?
Fonte.
Não sei. Onde que tá?
Não sei, procura. Mas a fonte que tava com esse tava lá em cima, não sei onde tá. Ah, não é esse, né? Cadê a fonte desse? Não, esse é Panasonic, né? Cadê a fonte do Motorola?
Será que tá lá em cima? Não sei. Tava ali em cima? Não era essa aqui? O que tá escrito aqui? Ah, essa é Panasonic. Vou lá em cima. Melhor você tomar o café e depois a gente vê isso. Senão o teu café vai esfriar a sua cara.
You can what? Pull for bread with egg, with butter and honey. Tem mel aqui?
Tem. É que a manteiga derreteu porque o pão tava quente, né?
And malted cream if you're
Spawns 50% more wandering spirits. Increased exhaustion duration. So usually you want to start with something like duration or damage, I guess. So let's go with damage. Can I? No, I can't. And we can have what? So we can be friends.
Hi, Chaturi. I was trying to connect to the phone.
The question is how am I going to check that it's a cube that we don't have I didn't realize looks like, for example, okay. Should I make suggestions at the same time? Should I make suggestions? Instead of making them less opaque when I can't buy them, turn them red. It's way easier to parse the information if it's red. You understand you don't have any money. Whereas right now, I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's not completely opaque. I mean, it's slightly less colorful because I don't have it yet, and it will get colorful when I unlock it. But in fact, I don't have enough money, and I know it's written, right? It's written. It's 3 out of 4, so I should be able to parse that information in my head. But if you give me the color at the same time, it will be easier. So let's try again. I didn't have enough money. Let's try again. Now I understand how it works, so that should be easier. So what I want to do is I want to let them come a bit, and then I start capturing. Right, you see? Because if I do it too early, this one is shit, I took damage. Okay, now we're talking. 2 at once. Boom. Ah shit, I need to go the other way. Okay, I died. What was that? Resources acquired. I feel like
now I want to go back home.
switch though, because
Oh, there we go.
And then
I
you
was.
go to the upgrade screen on your first time playing. If you can't buy anything. I don't know if I agree, Rodriguez, because I think in an incremental game, the upgrade tree is so important. You have to show it. And at least now I know how much I need. But I don't. I guess they started building resentment towards you. You lose time if you get hit too much, so watch out. I do wonder what will happen when that resentment boils over though. Okay, and now they're clear. You see the language in this game. He decided to make it
so now I need to
more
parse
dark
the rule,
when it's out of reach, which makes sense, I guess. But at the same time, this gives me more. If I read a tree like that, if I look at a tree like that, without knowing, it looks like I have unlocked those three, and those two are not unlocked. It doesn't look like I can afford those three, and those ones are I can't afford. That's how I read it personally. I would prefer color. Just show it when you can buy things, otherwise it looks like the game is broken, as there is no distinction between a can buy or not. I see what you mean. But with the distinction, I think it's fine. And also you have a little dude in here, so the dude could say something like, oh, it looks like you don't have enough. Right? You can just add another 9. You can say, oh, you don't have enough to purchase anything. Don't worry, just go back in there and you'll come back with
Apparently I've been here 10 times.
I like that the dude is following us and helping us, so maybe give a freebie one at the start. Yeah, maybe giving a free one could be something. Okay. Bullet hell, increase torch base speed. I don't care. I think I need more time, right? A bit more time and this will unlock that. And I think I want to... strength is quite costly, so maybe I will just get spooky too. Okay, let's start. Presentation though, really cool. Really cool. I like it. I like it. Okay, I need to be careful about those red ones, and I took damage. I'm a fucker. I go super slow. I want to go fast. I will take damage at the bottom. I don't care.
My language. I was working on my programming language. I was trying to fix some bugs earlier today, but we decided to solve this problem by liquid cake instead.
I'm mad. I'm mad at this game. Oops.
But that's the language that
movement is really slow. I mean, it's always like that when you play incrementals or roguelike in general. Initially, it's a bit slow, and then it gets better. But I don't collect a lot right now. So what do I have? Increase exorcism duration by 50%. I maxed at this bullet hell. Let's go. It looks really nice and it seems to be so polished. Love it. Yeah, it is. So far the music is cool.
Power off, right?
The ambience is here.
Strip graphics. Power off.
The ambience is here. I like it. Okay. No. Shit. In fact, maybe I should not care about those red ones because I start getting them so late that they hit me no matter what. So maybe I should not care and just focus on gathering stuff. Initially, it feels slow, the opposite of powerful, but it needs to not be frustrating, right? I believe Artemis Authority does a very good job with that. It needs to be frustrating, in my opinion, but just enough that when you start getting upgrades, you get the opposite of the frustration.
Am I imagining this? I mean, I can implement
look, now I have some strength.
You have Windows on
I can go back.
PC. I have Windows on this PC. I can
Theoretically, all
do
of those
looting.
exactly the way they're supposed to.
But I'm
And now, those will be less. Yeah, those will be not a threat anymore, because I can just go there.
I saw that. Yeah.
And kill them fast enough. Okay, not in this case. Not in this case.
Do this.
I need to also think about the fact that I'm pretty slow, and I need to go there, right? It's not like it's
JavaScript, but in a language like
where my mouse is. It's just going there. So I can be a bit slow.
Like normally, you can have the thing
Resource
which
acquired. Back
like
home.
Like there's no distinction between
those
and
things,
a
that
map, I
unfortunately
guess,
comes
right?
from the time, right? Maybe it's just me.
Types, right? Same is true for my language. So
I
like,
didn't
for
play.
example, over
I
here,
didn't play.
I'm having a
I played the game
text
wrong.
string
You would just as soon as
and
starts
a
little frustrated by the fact that you can't get as many things as you want.
I'm saying that
But at the same time, I'm already unlocking something new. So
And then after that,
so that I don't mix
I
them
think
up
it's
on
normal.
accident.
I think it's a good thing that you feel a bit of frustration at the beginning of a run. Same thing in a Vampire Survivor. Otherwise, you don't feel the progression, or at least the progression is not as impactful
after
as it
that
should
we'll
be.
talk.
So I think it's a good thing. Hello,
Welcome in.
Yogurt. I put in the mausoleum. Just have a look.
Oh, but yeah, you can also direct sub. That's fine too.
What is this? Oh, it's like the it's like the achievement.
That's always
Let's implement the syntax. Syntax.
you probably
Perfect
want
syntax
Let's
is
go. I like that. Multiply.
Which does not
Increase your
tell
souls
you
by 10%
when
of
prime
the
sub
level of
fails.
Nexus. This
They
is
don't want
strange. I
you
need to get that. Shoots
They
2
don't want you
automatic.
prime sub.
Shoots 2 missiles from torch every 4 user feats. That deals 50% of base damage. Huh.
Okay.
it's like if is.
I like
it's
that.
If lens. We say if.
Less spooky. Wandering spirits are 20% less to flee on hit. That can be useful. Spookier. Increased torch base speed. Much more speed. I want to go faster.
It does the check.
If that is pattern, then
Oh, look at that. Some missiles. Shit.
then body.
Oh, is
I
it
like
because
that.
the shield generator
Some missiles. Come here, you motherfucker.
Implement
Okay.
syntax if A is then values pattern.
So when it's
body. We just
Okay, I need to get used to
syntax into a match.
controls. It's the end. It's the end. Oh! Meeting time for me. Good luck with the meeting.
Pattern.
Oh, look at that.
okay, if this is
18.
empty,
Increase the torch speed. Let's go faster. This is what I want. And this is maxed now. And I can zoom out the tree. I didn't even try that. I can zoom out. There's a bit of a lag. There's a bit of a lag between when it zooms and when it actually zooms. I feel like the tween is easing
best I
in
can
and out,
do is follow.
and maybe it should only ease out.
Any out of me.
Because you see how it takes some
I
time.
appreciate it.
I mean, you don't see because look, scroll.
Now,
You see how there's like I don't know 0.3 seconds or 0.4 seconds of lag between my scroll and the actual scroll. I think I want the scroll to be faster. At least to react faster. So maybe not ease in and out, but ease just out. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but I think this is what I would want. Because otherwise it doesn't feel as reactive.
oh, you mean like the
I think
Even though
oh the
it is
BLT
reactive,
one?
it's just
Like it.
taking you a bit of time to use. Okay, is there a strategy? Maybe taking damage is a strategy.
It's 7.5.
Probably not. I need to
10.
not.
7.5.
No! Out of time.
7.5.
Out of time. I should get some time, I guess.
Here.
Stupid thing for a podcast.
Transition is cool. Might be a bit slow.
No, I
Because you're going to go back and forth
I don't have
from
anything.
the game to the tree a lot. Like the first time the animation is kind of
The
cool.
only thing.
But then
I have
maybe after a while you might be like, the transition animation is kind of slow.
How do you get red
Maybe I
cap
would
to
like to
talk
go
about
faster. This could be an option, right? Multiply.
Don't choose the field and they multiply the arrays
Oh,
differently.
right.
Multiply is kind of
Actually
great.
store them as arrays. And otherwise they don't.
Let's go.
Makes sense. But they need to do it for all the other things anyway, right?
That was stupid. That was really stupid.
Anyway.
Oh, I finally understand. If I go out of the blue circle
Wait, where's my
with my mouse,
syntax
I
highlighting?
move. But if I stay inside of the blue circle, I can rotate without moving. Okay.
Oh wait, shield.
I think my language server just crashed.
Oh,
For some reason.
I just needed to get used to the controls. Because sometimes I wanted to adjust
Where's the Excel
like my
the
aim,
championships in the semi-final and final?
but
It's like
I
I
was
love
not able
code,
to.
but I have to use Haskell.
I think I now get it. And as I said
I think
that,
I've seen
I just
something like that.
hit the wall again. Ooh, new max 25.
Alright, let's
we are working on
Okay, hitting multiple spirits increase damage on all of them. That's kind of cool. Increase damage to the spirit inside your scope by 25%. Flame magnets, this is kind of useful.
I don't know why.
Getting those flames early. I mean, being able to get them is quite useful.
Mas me dá vitamina B e C, por favor, meu anjo. Ai, meu Deus.
O que você precisa? Mais café?
B e C, homem, por favor.
Oi?
B e C.
Ah, tá. Não tinha entendido.
Why do we do it by percent?
Focusing on the red ones very often.
Why didn't I use
So I don't feel like I get that many resources because of the
Oh, it's because it was easier
because I'm focusing on them.
because then you just mean it by
More spirits.
so I did that to
More,
make
they flee less. That's kind of cool. The protect, I don't care. The duration. Yeah, let's get some duration. I like the tree. It's expanding. And I like when it's expanding. This is great.
Oh, the bot is dead.
And substrate.
Bot
This is
does
great.
Sorry, thank you.
This is great.
Why is he off?
Okay. Alright. I'm chasing you, motherfucker. Are you doing damage to me? I keep losing a bunch of souls by chasing the reds. Not sure it's the best strategy, to be honest. Ooh, I've dealt a lot of damage. Come back.
Perfect.
I'm coming for you. Shit, you got me.
Else.
Ooh, there's something new. A boss. A boss fight. I think it's timed very well, honestly. Few runs, we arrive at we see the first boss, so you have enough things happening, and you feel the progress. So far progression feels good.
Information available.
All base damage, increased damage on multiple of them, less spooky.
I feel like that looks the
I
same
felt
as
like the time was correct. I had enough time. I just need to kill more of them.
My LSP is
And because I'm doing more damage,
this file.
yeah, it's gonna be much easier. Oh yeah. All of a sudden I'm going to get so many more souls because I'm dealing way more damage. This is great. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that
over
very
here
much.
because this is not a boolean, right? String substring must be equal
The fact
to
that
prefix.
you have to move around the circle, but your steering is great. It
Esse aqui é o sublingual.
Oh yeah.
a bit more interesting.
E esse aqui é C.
It's less like you're just hovering
Doing chat parentheses.
where you will go, you know. I could have done it. Could have done it if I needed to back up, back down, back away. I don't know how to say that. So I'm doing more damage that way. It's gonna be easier. More spirits, why not? Let's go. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'étendre le projet. Hey, peace break. Back off. No, back off. Back off? Not back away? Not back up? Not back.
I don't have the comments working for some reason on the English code.
I love that. Look at all the damage I'm doing. Look at that. I'm just a monster. Monster.
I mean, this
Collecting
works,
the
right?
souls. What do you mean?
Yeah, that works.
This is a playtest. I need to remind you that this is a playtest. It's not final, okay?
If this is some X, then that.
Don't look at it as if it was final.
Maybe my
If source isn't
syntax
successful.
definition is not correct.
Resource acquired. Ooh, I have a new resource.
Oh wait, it's not the
Satisfying the way it's showing to
I understand
to me.
now.
Like that.
It's already existing in the
You've
pattern.
done it. You've
That's,
collected your first
Some of it is not necessary.
With it, you'll be able to grow even stronger.
That is actually
You also gain access to the shrine. Have a look to see the spirits you collected.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
now
So let's go to the mausoleum first. I'm claiming this, and I'm claiming this. And then I go to the shrine, and what do I see? I see something that I can't read, and I see other things. Alright. Let's go back to the upgrade. And let's upgrade this bad boy. Get a mirror copy of the torch that also attacks. It cannot receive damage. It's kind of cool, right? Increase damage to the spirits inside your skull. No. Magnet missiles. Yes. Less spooky. I think it's important to get that. Alright. Level 2, guys. Level fucking 2. Oh, yeah. It's moving the mirror. That's kind of useful. And also, it cannot receive damage, so it should probably go there. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. You're introducing movement mechanic. That's pretty cool.
Wait, hold on. I don't even have.
That's pretty cool. It makes you way less passive. You know, in games like Blockbusters or even maybe a game about feeding a black hole, you are much more passive. Because it's kind of like, it's not that you're passive, but it's you just put your cursor where you want, right? It's not like you have to actively think about how placement works and stuff. It still think it's been fun when released. I still think I'm right about the shop, but it's just a minor gripe. It's not a deal breaker. What did you say about the shop? I forgot.
Now I need to add it, right?
I love how you have a mirror version, but you still spin around the full wheel. Yeah, totally. Are you here later this week? I know Christmas is Thursday. I will be here multiple times this week, yes. I didn't publish my schedule because I don't know what it's going to be like. But I'm going to work every day. And the only family stuff I have is on the 24th, the evening of 24th. So I will probably be here. I'll probably be streaming. I will be waiting for your gifts. Oh yeah, you talked about the fact that the first time you go to the shop, you should have something. Maybe if it's free or it should give you enough. Yeah, I do agree. That could be cool.
Have you beaten the demo?
That could be cool.
You go play that. Just play that.
So many options. Multiply. I think
Fully other
multiply. That's kind of a no-brainer. The exorcism duration is kind of crucial, and that's it, right? That's cool. And you can go back to level 1 if you want.
No.
Yeah. Come here, motherfucker. Also, there's a strategy. There's a strategy to use in this game because the mirror one cannot take damage, so you want to use the mirror one. You want to use the mirror one to do damage to the enemies and stuff.
Yeah, it says multiple string and power string. That's right.
But also the mirror one is not going to collect. It looks like the mirror one doesn't collect the source, so you kind of have to think about that, right? Okay, I like it. I like it. Clever. Very clever.
Mãe, preciso de antialérgico, por favor. Tá coçando um monte meu nariz. Sério? Meu Deus.
I need to be careful though. I don't know how long is the latest version, and I don't want to spend all afternoon playing it. I definitely want to continue playing, so I might stop earlier and maybe do it on my own at the end. Play Magnet.
So it's like constructing
Magnet. Good. Hitting multiple enemies. It's in the name.
Now with that
shield. It has something on this map. Alright. Oh my god, I can do that.
Ah, tá.
It's a bit more skill based than Black Hole. Exactly. I think that's
Yeah.
Your sequence cannot start on 0. What does this mean?
And also, if I'm thinking correctly, this game should be playable with a gamepad relatively easily, no? Because it's basically just playing around a circle, which makes it a very good contender for like the Steam Deck and such. right?
Oh, okay, so.
Because sometimes incrementals are kind of tied to the mouse.
Don't check it.
There's
or
this
what?
game
So
called-
this is pretty cool.
There's no zeros here.
They've
so
actually started
I don't
making stuff
like
Something
there,
to think
there
about
is zeros
when
on my
you're making
actual
a game.
input.
Is it going to play well with keyboard and mouse? I should be more thoughtful about my collection though. I'm not collecting souls.
I mean, it's invalid, so we treat it as the wrong thing, or we
I
don't
should
add
back
it to
up.
the number, to the result at all.
I can make it. It's made for it, I guess. Really?
It's not saying it.
Yeah,
let me try
so
that.
I don't know if you guys have seen
Let me give some
What is
feedback
invalid
if
for?
This
What do I
there's
need to do with it?
controller support, but I'm not sure there is right now. I've connected my controller. It doesn't look like it's moving. Maybe the UI is not made for the gamepad yet. So one more shield to beat the boss. Let me go with that. Flame magnet, that's for sure. Okay, let's go back. Looks like it's a swing stick shoot, but with no range. Yeah, exactly.
And
You're
basically,
right.
It
It doesn't look like there's
construct
any.
those other maps, right?
It
All I
doesn't
need
look
to
like there's
do
any
is
keyboard
to,
gamepad support.
just go over and like construct the numbers themselves, right?
Anyway, it's pretty cute.
Yes.
I guess.
I guess it's going to be funny for sure. It would make a lot of sense. In my opinion, it would make a lot of sense. It kind of looks like it's made for
Like they said, the reason I bring this up is because they were
made for
talking about
joysticks.
how their game is very hard. They get a lot of complaints about it.
Let's go 10.
And
Okay, I'm going in the direction of the boss.
Say that N is
That way I can deal damage as soon as possible
it's
to
a
the boss.
free-to-play game. It has,
And that's it. Exorcism successful. Easy
I
peasy.
should probably just get this.
I don't know if I have a lot of
I think
valuable
I did at one
feedback
point.
because I've given some feedback about like the
and M is
UI and stuff, but it feels very polished. I feel like I'm playing a demo more than a playtest, honestly. What is that? Why
They
the
also
chain?
have hats in
That's
the
for
game, which
safety,
I feel
obviously.
like was my idea first.
Want to lose you in the
Uh,
void. Okay, so I go to the mausoleum and I have collected 1k souls.
list is not straight.
And if I go to
so they
the
have like
shrine,
4.4 on
what do I have?
Oh, it's not
Okay,
it's not a
I'm starting to understand that I'm going to draw a pattern once I have beaten more stuff.
strings there, sure.
Pretty cool. This is also a nice touch. I feel like as you progress, there's more and more particles coming around you from the side.
Anyway, I saw like them doing this quick dialogue thing.
All around, unlock the area around the middle that slows spirits on contact.
Yeah, I swear the name was different. I don't
Double
know.
trouble. Double resources drop from exorcism evil spirits. Evil spirits. That's pretty cool. Thunderbolt. Lightning spreads on hit. I'm getting this. I'm increasing it. Is that it? Those are maxed. And I don't have anything left to like. Alright, would you look at that? I have now a slowdown zone.
So if C dots, right, if C is equal to dots,
I need to rotate. I think the strategy is shit. I think the strategy is you rotate more. That way you keep collecting the souls. Otherwise, if you stay in one side,
Entendo.
you
Eu vou
don't
tomar
collect the
café.
souls.
Eu queria esperar chegar um micro-ondas. Mas se você atender a porta, eu vou lá, entendeu?
Great. So far, so
if C
great.
is equal to dots,
So far,
then
so good.
continue. So now we just need to construct the vertical and horizontal. Verticals are big ones, horizontals
Look at
are
that.
So let's say
Look at all
I
of
want
the
to
souls I'm collecting.
have a function with
I keep
number,
taking damage though for no
right,
fucking
which
reason.
takes the
He's teleporting.
I do know that.
Oh my god, the
which
fucker,
takes
he's
a
teleporting.
position.
I don't get the color signification in the skill tree though. The skill tree could be more clear. Totally, I do agree. The skill tree should be a bit more clear. In
is
my
it enough
opinion,
for int32s?
Instead of making the
used
things
here?
that you cannot buy like that, you should make them
It should
red,
be enough,
I think.
right?
That way they draw attention. They
Just
draw attention.
9 letters, yeah, exactly for
But
32, I guess.
yeah. And maybe, I mean,
And the
when they're maxed, I think it's clear.
So
Maybe the purple one
I don't know
they
what
look
it
a bit
is,
weird
but
when they're maxed.
the reason I asked if you had
Tá dizendo que o motorista começou o percurso. Tá dizendo que o motorista começou o percurso.
Even more strength. I can't buy anything, right? I can buy here. I didn't see.
Yeah, so you're also like tapping, but even when I tap like really fast, it's hard to lose.
Maybe I want something more satisfying when I max.
So I wonder if you were playing like super hard.
Maybe reward me more when I max something. Look at what's going to happen. I'm going to click. It's going to be maxed. That's it. Give me something. Give me more feedback.
I don't know.
Feedback when it's maxed. Like do something that put a sound, do a make it very satisfying. The purple ones are the
Well,
maxed
thing is,
ones.
like, it sounds like it's correct. Maybe you just
I know
tap
they were
like
maxed,
really
but
fast.
the orange one are also maxed. Basically, max is colored. Max is colored. And not colored is you don't have enough money. I would personally make it red. You don't have enough money, you would make it red. But, I mean, when you know it, it's fine. It doesn't matter that
So
much.
alright. So
I like the fact that they're doing damage to other
and I
things
had
by damaging them. The chain reaction is really
dead
good.
for a long
I
time.
love that. It feels great.
It's the number one complaint I got. They're like, I want Flappy Bird, and that was the only thing I heard. And so I was like,
I'm
fine,
starting
you
to
want
collect
Flappy Bird,
way
you got
more.
Flappy Bird. So I gave it to them.
I can
But now
really feel
everybody
the
taps. They have
incremental part now.
I feel like the game's
More than before.
I think it's a good change.
There's a satisfying sound for the collection. I did some damage. Oh, I forgot about him. It looks like if I'm fast enough, I can just scare him, but I took damage. I was looking for the signification. I'm not entirely convinced by the movement, but maybe it's part of the deal, right? Maybe you want the movement to be challenging in a way. I'm not saying it's challenging, but I keep moving too far from what I want. When sometimes I just want to aim. If it's part of the game design and you want to keep it that way, fine. If not, maybe having an option to move only when pressing like the other mouse button or something could be a thing. I don't know. You see what I mean? Very often I just want to adjust my angle and I go a bit too far, so I move and I go and I hit the enemy. I don't know if it matters that much. Mina Spirits drops greed when defeated. Let's go. We want that. Flashy. That is it. I can't get anything else. In here I forgot to. It's missing. The color is missing a bit. It's too easy to miss that you are not done finishing something. I don't know how to do it, but I would draw more attention to those things. Maybe. Lightning range. Let's go. Lightning jumps through 2 to 3 more enemies. Oh yeah.
So it means that read number should actually be optional.
And it splits more often. And I also have this automatic missiles.
In 32, we can do that.
I think I'm done.
So in this case, we return some result.
I was looking for signification.
Right, but
yeah,
if
okay. Wow, you see how many are getting affected by the lightning?
So that means that we have the first digit which is 0, and then just return none.
I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Give me more, but I'm satisfied.
Okay, so now we are going to read the
Let's
number.
go. You introduce new things very often. This is great. Progression feels great.
0, 1.
Progression
This
feels
is
great.
the lowercase number. Oh, and now I need to convert to uppercase.
The sounds
I don't
are
think I have this
satisfying, even
conversion,
though you said
but
that
I mean, I get
not
most of them though, right?
finished yet. They still feel pretty great, in my opinion.
Number.
I might be able to defeat the boss today. No?
Okay, let's just
Look at that.
let's just do
I know I don't have time.
C and
I don't have
this
enough time.
number.
Okay. The main issue I see here is that animation and parts
which has the
is that the animation and parts
and the
are on the
number.
finished ones. It grabs a lot more attention. Totally. I do like that we are
That's
getting
going to,
some
like,
feedback
check that
and
it's
some
satisfied
satisfaction
and
on
to
the
answer if needed.
unlocked things. But the
This one is
problem
optional,
is that
right?
it kind of
yes.
makes it
Let's just take
hard
optional
to
here as an
parse
argument.
where are the ones that you should unlock. Maybe a solution to that would be to put a simple ring emitting from the ones that
Yes,
can
I'm
be
just going to say that
where you can buy stuff, basically to draw attention. You make those, for example, this one would have a very light
then I guess we don't do anything
ring
by default, right? We just ignore
particle. That way it's not satisfying yet, like the flames in here, but it's still drawing attention, or maybe a different color to the ones that are available. Totally. I do agree. You're zooming, increase torch base speed. Let's go. I want to be fast. The torch attack distance, this is kind of useful. Okay, what else? The missiles, sure. I'm using them. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with that, I think.
because why not?
I like the fact that it's on the beat. Not a lot of negative things to say. It feels very polished. It plays well. It's introduced at a great rate. New things are introduced. The mechanics are simple yet interesting. It's very satisfying. The incremental part seems to be well managed. It feels slow at the beginning, but that's great because then it feels
I just say that
it feels way more satisfying when you finally unlock those upgrades that are making the game a bit more fast. I need to stop though. I need to stop playing. I've been playing for a while. I need to stop. But I don't want, which is a good thing. It's the cool thing about incrementals. If you're doing your incremental right, people just want to continue. So I think this is a great sign. I think this is a great sign. Maybe I want more enemy types. Maybe it's coming also in the full game or later in the game. But so far I only have like the same kind of enemy.
That's what I'm expected.
Apart from the boss. And I could see like a few different enemy types. Right? Like for example, some of them are going way faster towards you. So you have to be quick and get them. I know there are some damaging enemies. You already have some variety in the enemies, but I feel like it could be
Obrigado.
slightly more. Maybe it's coming later. Hey, full box. Just one more round. Exactly. Just one more round. Just one more round. If I'm not able to release my game, it's gonna be your fault. So you're going to have to pay me. You're zooming.
Obrigado.
It's fine right now. More spirits. Gentrification, I feel like is very useful.
Acho que é alergia.
How to implement this?
I was thinking of making this just removable in natural.
Just a syntax.
Still, emphasis my big screen skill tree? I'm not sure about it. Why? No, I feel like it's cool that you can explore a skill tree in many directions, in my opinion. I don't know if it's necessarily needed, but I feel like it's pretty cool. Because it can kind of give a chance for the player to be lost in a way in your tree, and I think it's good.
Right. Okay. So we have the number.
One more lane, bro. One more lane.
To find the rules.
I like this boss though.
Map.
For some reason. Shit! I took damage. I'm going to kill you.
Rules.
Goodbye, motherfucker.
I need to.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry.
Constantly delivered. I've collected some great feedback.
Map get.
No problem, full box. You can rewatch this if you want, and I will put some feedback into your full box.
Just to see, like,
that
you
way
made
you
it
have
past
it.
this level, so...
You have it like on text.
I don't know.
One thing I'm thinking when I'm beating the boss,
also,
it is
know,
not
like, sure there's not a
not
turtle
satisfying that
I'm sorry.
the moment I beat the boss. What I think I would prefer, but maybe could kill you, so that's why you're stopping immediately. I feel like personally I would like to be able to collect more souls when I finally beat the boss.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how you could deal with that, but I would like the souls that are still here to be like they will continue, and maybe you can use those. That way I can finish and collect more souls. But maybe it's not. Have to find a way to make it spreadsheet based. I lost too much time.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Try it on
keyboard
just to
totally.
see.
Why are we exercising all
I
these
made
spirits?
this game.
That's an easy one. You need all the
I played this game on keyboard.
ask some questions and get the answers. I like
So
the.
it should, to me, it's
I like
easy
the
to
little
see.
story.
So I made it so
like
like
or
whatever I made
we are
it so
progressing, and
should
we are
just
still have more things to unlock. This is pretty crazy. More generation. Zooming, I don't care. More strength. More strength. Raider attack. Add a raider that rotates around the middle and deal 2 times your base damage every minute. What? It's multiplying for sure.
I won't even touch this game. I can't afford it.
Let's start another one, and then it's the final one. Ooh, this is it. I've seen that.
I'm just curious,
on,
like, I don't
on
know,
Fullbox
maybe
live stream, I think.
Maybe it's fine. I have
That's
no
pretty
idea.
cool.
It
But then,
just felt
what
like
about the souls that are far away from me? I can't.
it's hard to
I'm
tell.
kind of sad. So I need a bigger collection radius, right? Shit. Because I'm losing a bunch of souls.
I don't think the
You can
algorithm
feel
is the
the
problem.
incremental part kicking in.
Because
You can
why
feel
store
the
me?
incremental kicking
That,
in.
that's
Oh my god!
what, like, what,
Oh my
I've
god,
never
what is
seen
this?
that before. I've seen
What
a
is this?
quite a few people play the game.
It's a bullet hell game now. What is wrong? What is happening? It's a fucking bullet hell game.
Just check it. I mean,
Pretty cool though. Pretty fucking cool. I like that.
So we say that
I like that.
reversed is equal.
Let's go. Okay. Surprising. Surprising, which is good. Because you feel like you understand everything, you know everything, and then boom, something new.
so
I
I
like it.
wonder.
All right. What is that?
Absolutely.
Are you a soul yourself?
I
I
know.
mean, you are, but that's beside the
But
point.
I want to
I help you, you help me, that's the deal.
Let's say with
Why
return
is it not
here.
different?
Okay.
from me in any case?
50. Give me that.
I don't know, maybe it is
Rain.
different from everyone else, but everyone else is good.
While
Cool.
I have no idea.
Guys,
I would have to have...
check it out. Stone Creek.
while
Yeah, I thought Coda also did fine.
It was on my wish list, so it still is on my wish list, and I definitely want to play it more. Honestly, I want gamepad support,
let's call this
and I can see myself playing that on the Steam Deck while I watch a TV show. It's just perfect. That's one of my main complaints with some of the
and
games
right, but
I've bought recently, some of the incrementals I've bought recently. Skull's game,
right? And
while good, can be played on the Steam Deck. You can play with the trackpads, but it's not pleasing enough because at some point you need to be fast enough to hear the right thing and stuff. So it
I'm joking.
gets a bit
I know you're not
a bit frustrating. Outhold, I've played Outhold with the like the tower defense
have you
mechanic.
thought about our
Same
cozy
thing,
hell
it's not
game
that pleasing if you need to go fast to navigate.
That's
with
the game that's gonna make it.
It's to navigate with the trackpads. So I want an incremental game that I can play on my
What if
Steam
it's
Deck.
tapping? No, it's
chill.
It's
Not
I
using
did.
have to think of it
I
too.
tested it quite a lot. Like tapping, if you mix the tapping
The name
and
doesn't
holding,
even
it
seem to match the game, but it looks like a good instrumental.
means that I need to find the number.
Yes, I'm not entirely sold on the game. That's very true.
I'm like,
And
now that you're
SEO-wise,
asking me, I'm like,
not sure
no,
it's
I'm
going to
not
be easy,
sure, but I'm pretty sure.
But
We'll just
so
say that
far,
I'm like,
I'm convinced. I'm really convinced.
Oh,
And
it's
everyone's
just
safe,
like,
so that's great.
remember the make
Press kit.
made by Kenny? It's basically that.
It's not holding any log.
You made a press kit
There,
game with
you get like
interests.
it's like Papers, Please. You get like a list of all of the things. That
Okay, cool.
They're all their fears, and then you need to like
I liked
based
it,
on
and I've been
some
looking for
randomness that you get.
53 minutes.
Somebody else had the idea of like you make it like a roguelike. So you'll get like these cards, and so then you treat it like Slay the Spire and like make room 0%.
What is happening?
No. It is 100% power.
Multiply
It's nice and easy and slow.
And then
So you
we
get
say
to
that
like
if
place your card down,
that's
and
the
then
power,
it creates like a
it
3D
is-
asset.
Let's stay in the category for now,
First of all, if it's
because I'm still going to look at
equal
this
to
and
number,
probably
and
the
like I don't
feedback
know.
stuff.
Actually,
we
the
just
game
return
would be
true,
hard to make.
right? But if test to power is more
Like,
than
how would you
number,
score it?
then we break the
It's a
loop,
cozy
right?
game. It's nice and slow. You can take your time.
There we go. Is there anything else? There's like a fourth rule.
I think it's fine.
What's the fourth rule? What's the issue here? Roll inference failure. Oh wait, did I
Who
not?
are you? Who are
Someday
you?
someone's gonna come
Mr.
in this
Elliptic, have you
chat.
participated in the playtest already? Did you complete the demo at the end?
What do you mean roll inference failure?
What? What?
To power on. Yeah, hold on. It was renamed
Complete the demo
over
at the end.
here.
Have you
Oh,
participated in
wait.
the playtest already?
Over here.
No.
Is it renamed?
To the
You're
end.
just gonna make all the 3D assets.
Ah, okay, so maybe I'm gonna wait for I'm gonna finish the
You'll do
demo.
like 80%
Sorry.
of the work.
Did we finish? Yeah, sorry. No, so it's written demo and not playtest. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, see,
I was confused because first of all, I read the phrase incorrectly.
Wow.
But also, it's written playtest in here and then demo. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna complete that later then, because I want to finish. I want to complete it entirely.
But yeah, the last one is what? Just multiple of, right? So then we have a multiple of x, and then we just return that number percent x is equal to 0, right?
I'll be
And that's
taking
all.
most of the
So
profit.
now we say that if checked, if rule passes, if not rule passes, then it's the incorrect one, and we need to add it to the answer, right? So answer
I wonder if I should make the
plus equal number, and then we just print it.
Probably should.
Okay, give me a sec.
Oh no, it's slow.
Put some music back. I want to die. It's such a bad design. I
You don't
can't
like this?
move my windows.
Oh yes, it is sus. I mean, it makes sense why it's not slow. It's an infinite
It has to be one of the most
course.
basic things in light.
When we say
I had this
test
idea.
plus
I was
equal
like, maybe that would be not cool, so I'm not
There
gonna
we
do
go.
it.
Is that
but
the correct
I
one?
just-
Okay, let's take a look at that really
No, it's
quickly.
not.
Facts
It's not the correct one.
based in
Oh wait, but
Montreal.
it's because I did not
Toolbox.
check the vertical number.
Let's go.
Restoring flame praise
So,
souls
it's
to
too
recovery,
hard.
no reserve
Uppercase. How do I
strengthens,
convert to
fight
uppercase?
spirits
Say,
collect
I
their
thought it was
essence and
funny,
feed
but I was like,
hunger that
I
make the
can
narrow
see
subside in this short, eerie,
class.
incremental game.
And char.
Cause yeah.
Fight system, char.
code A,
There's a trailer.
and then I don't know, like
seen the
convert
trailer.
all of that into char
So
run code
I wrote down.
like this.
Showing the
This is
tree
capital C.
right away. Increase
Capital C, and
fast.
we read like
More
zero
tree.
like this.
Huge tree.
Okay. 12 to 51.
More
Okay,
craziness,
easy. First
more
try.
upgrades.
TXT.
She used pretty
Showing you that
colorful
there's
language when she tried
some
it.
stuff to
HTML.
uncover.
I actually snapped the full box watching it.
Alright.
The look on his face is
And
Great
you're
trailer.
sure that all full
Great
It
numbers
is
are
funny
written
because
corresponding
I
to our
remember that
correct
because
after
she,
keeping only the
yeah, he
digital
has, like,
puzzles
the
from clues the
great
alpha
trailer.
directly you have.
he plays like
this.
actual music.
It's well made.
GG coding. Yeah. Subtract 32. Yeah.
It's well
Like
made.
or like remembering the number 32.
I would need to do a post on Steam.
I remember
Okay, hold on.
Do I do it now?
Decipher the text here again. The numbers they have written
Oh, you
that
get
much
a
text.
hashtag Europe. Lucky.
After reading only the digits of the puzzle,
It doesn't take very long.
clues the alphabet correctly. You have this.
I do
On
wonder
this you
if...
fill in the remaining digits.
Okay. Here, let's go back to this one.
What is the what do you mean feel? How do you fill in the remaining digits?
I made these things.
That's the
Let me
like
open
the
Figma.
original, right?
If it would just be...
That's not the original.
Delete.
No.
Just a moment.
What is 799? Which
I
comes
just
from?
make
Yeah, sure. Install
So
next
the
page.
puzzle given the rules.
So if I gave everything in here a permanent shield instead of using the blockers, if I
What?
let's try this. My heart disappoints full box.
From this you fill in the remaining puzzles.
I do wonder on this one, should I make it go down one more?
Two,
Go down to the bottom, because like what's the point of this down here?
Wait, but like
Based
why
on
is
the
this
layout.
After
No.
keeping all the digits of the puzzle from the clue,
Okay, why don't we
controlled correctly, you have this two.
But the
Okay,
screech
two
blocker
is
is
like.
thing, so we'll still use
Wait,
that.
where are the two coming from?
parts.
I don't get this. This is so difficult to understand for me. 27 is a cube. 99
Okay.
is a palindrome. Yeah, but why is this two here?
Let's put it
Is that
where it
correct?
should
Because
be.
like A is 21 is not a
have-
cube, so
have-
that's not correct, right?
Are you doing anything specific to Christmas?
The only one that is correct.
What are your plans for Christmas?
Or is this like have
I'm not doing
or this has
anything
nothing to do with the
crazy.
original example?
Even for New Year's, I'm gonna be spending it with friends in their house,
The only
in their
one
new
that's
house.
correct here
But
is
it's going to be pretty chill. It's crazy
13,
how when I was
27.
younger,
Which is this? Okay.
we were always doing like bigger and bigger things for New Year's,
And then
and
24.
now I
it's
like
capital
don't
A.
care
It's
anymore.
seven in the
so
left
yeah,
wrong,
it
but
comes
yeah,
from
yeah,
24. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
Word games.
It is fun.
Okay, and
Where
from
is
this you fill the remaining
assets,
digits. How do you fill the remaining digits?
Events, no.
Once again,
Store,
27 is a cube. So you now need to make the ones that are so like you make it correct, right?
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's use the playtest. I can make an announcement on the playtest itself.
There will be a
That's
number
not what I wanted.
of sequences of odd digits.
That's not what I wanted.
So I have to make another one. And the
Big
racing
racing
schools
schools
I'm
and
worried
the
Oh my
about.
god, look at that. January 9th, it's not possible. Do I bump the release to like a week prior?
And
A week
75.
later?
Okay, so like on every line you should like combine groups of
I feel like it's not going to be able to be able to get it. You don't want to go out and play it over the odds to
Okay,
wait for the bar to get it straight. No. We never get it. We never went out for New Year's. We were always doing it in a house, like at someone's place. I've never done it outside, I think, in my life. And I'm glad, because it's usually not that great outside. I've done it once. I was in Paris once for New Year's. It was horrible. because too many people, especially because we were in front of the Eiffel Tower. That was stupid as fuck. But yeah, I was lucky enough that we were always able to do it. We were always able to do it. What? First, I left this image in here. Edit. Wait. Do I make it a featured event? Wait. I don't think so. Okay, let's clone this one. How do you feel this? I thought you were just making it is it really the wrong image? Oh, it was.
It wasn't gonna be like a real thing. I thought it was just like
27.
What the fuck did I do?
Wait, what?
See, like you're talking about it like it's like
A is
I don't want to say
cube,
real.
so it is 27.
But I already have it. What do you mean?
Because
A is
my
a cube,
understanding
so
was
it is 27. Is 27 like the only cube that starts with 2 and which has
I thought it was
digits?
like a tutorial.
Okay, so now I'm
Is
doing
that
a new
what you
one,
are trying
right?
me to
It's a clone.
solve here? And to find the cube which starts with 2? Oh my god.
I'm confused.
Oh my god, this is...
I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm confused.
It is matter, but I want to make it nice.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've updated this
That
one.
makes
This is great.
Well, I mean...
It's just like I've been watching
And
your
this one is
devlogs,
not
and then it
I
comes
guess
across
like we can
No,
just
because
do it the brute force because all of the numbers are short, right?
So, playtest.
It comes across as
Playtest
like
a
number
multiple
1
of this,
is
and
now
all of the
closed.
not
all
a
the multiples
making
are...
for a tutorial, I guess. And if no one cares, then
I don't know.
oh, free on Steam.
Thank
oh,
you,
that's right.
everyone, for playing.
And then if a lot of people play it, pages or something.
But you know what?
Maybe
this
what's
has been
next?
taking a little bit too long. I
I
want
will
to end the
put that
stream even
here. If you
when
didn't
you
do
read
it
it
yet,
so maybe I'll do that next
I
time.
can remove that
That's
shit.
that's a cool puzzle though,
Cheers.
I guess.
Elliptic. Patch note I can remove.
It's like it's difficult
Hey everyone.
to make that bit of code, but we end up writing
The
like,
first
I
public
did write
playtest
what,
is
200
now
lines of code
closed,
here, right?
and I want to thank everyone who played.
More than your regular line of code, I think.
I want to thank everyone.
So yeah.
Bombe,
Let's
bombe,
see.
bombe, 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 bombe.
Everyone who played. It was.
This was your part 1. Oh, do I want to see this? Wait, this is actually surprisingly readable.
I got a lot of good feedback, and there's still more.
Yeah, let's go then.
Honestly, the more I work on it, the more I care at this point of doing the tutorial.
Yeah, 50 lines less. But I mean, you're not declaring the types, right? And I was declaring the
If
types
you didn't
because I'm
have
trying to write a
time
typed
yet,
language,
please
and I'm also having some custom
fill
syntax
in this
defined here.
quick survey.
And some of this should also could go into the standard library, I
10
guess.
minutes max.
Yeah, the first 69 or it's like 67 lines of code probably could go in STD.
Some numbers maybe I can put in here. H3. I got some playtest in time. Amazing Sushmara. The playtest is still
I
here
don't know
though.
who it is
You
still,
still have access. I didn't close it yet.
I
It's just
definitely
that it's
understand.
now unavailable on the Steam page. But I think the actual
how would you
playtest build is still
You want
like
me to send
running.
this to someone
If you
else?
have it on your
We,
computer, you can still
we
play.
make salt liquid cakes
In case you want to
I don't
play
think
it.
that I have a good
I guess. Let's upload
process
something
for
new for
making
this
levels.
before I
'Cause
forget.
right now it's going okay.
transpose with
And I like-
lazy.
my process is like look at it, and then I have a random idea and
Open
upload on the
image
screen.
resizer,
Hope it
yes.
works out. Like that's all I do. Tile map.
I think I might have
And
to.
Container. No, tile map.
Yeah, I'll just leave
it's
these in the car.
correct.
Yeah, leave these
I
in the
will
car
save
for a
that.
second.
Okay, so what do I want to say? What's next? Hey, welcome back. I can write what's next. I have a ton of stuff to implement and new features I want to add to the game. demo. I'm also working on my other game, Hyperslice, trying to release it in January. I can't make any promise yet, but I definitely want to run another small playtest before the public demo. So it's probably going to be around early mid-January if I can make it.
On my followers, but
So I missed the playtesting. What do you think overall, Scripted?
I just
maybe you
seen some
missed the
people solving the
playtesting.
event of codes
The
still,
playtesting
and
of Code Creek?
seems like
Yeah,
all of them
I
are
really
gone
enjoyed
now,
it.
so yeah.
I really enjoyed it. Super cool
Now we
game. Not a lot
are going
to say, honestly.
to go for this.
It works well. It's well made. There's like a few usability things, but overall very solid. How will you stop someone playing it? Are there API hooks in chat game? It removes the file. It simply removes the file, I think. You don't have the license anymore, so if you try to hit the button play, it doesn't work anymore. But realistically, if you just copied the file and put them outside of Steam, or maybe even Steam doesn't really remove the files, I'm not sure. I would need to check that. Like realistically, people can play. I'm not even checking if they own the playtest or not. So if you have the files, you can play, basically.
Wondering if I should split up.
But most people won't do that.
Maybe I'm making
What you could do though, you could make a check. At the beginning, when you initialize Steam, you can check if the person owns the game or not. But it's a playtest. I'm more than happy to let people play if they want to play, honestly. I don't really care. I just want to close the playtest because I don't want to continue receiving feedback. I have more than enough right now. Okay, some numbers. More than 650 people got access to the playtest, which is more than I anticipated. And the median playtime has been around 35 minutes throughout the entire playtest. I think it's quite high and good, and another indication that people that you enjoy the game. I have some numbers in here, I think. Yeah, I can put that. This is quite nuts. This is quite nuts. It's crazy numbers, hopefully the best. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, right?
I need to have more levels where I don't start
especially when you think about it, especially that early in the development, because I don't have a lot of wish lists. I basically have roughly the same amount of wish list as playtesters, which makes no sense. But of course, many of them just got into the playtest and didn't actually play. But still, it's very very cool. I can tell that people enjoy it, and they enjoy it way more than Hyperslice, for example. So that's pretty freaking cool. Some of you, 31 to be precise, played more than 2 200 minutes. That's crazy. You can see, so this is kind of a normal distribution, right? Having lots of people in the smallest number and then it drops off. But what is interesting,
O que você falou? Como que você sabe?
like if you look at it in here,
Ah,
this is
tá.
between 0 and 20. So you have, for example, in here, you have more than like 17 people, then you have 10 people playing 60, 70, then you have 10 people playing 70 to 80. So you have a bunch of people playing actually quite long. And then you have the crazy people in here playing like way longer than others. So this is really cool. I like it. Some of you, 31 to be precise. What the fuck? To be
Good thing they can't hear you. Exactly.
precise. Played more than 200 minutes. That's crazy. I can't precise. I can't. That's crazy.
Can't go back. That's not happening.
Do I have other numbers? Average play time 1 hour and 23 minutes. That's pretty cool. 300 players. We don't really care. We don't really care. We don't really care. Do I have other numbers that are interesting? Median play time. I don't have more data.
When I come back from Christmas break,
On Steam, I think. So, what happened?
What I need to do,
The last one is the Riot is running in the background. It's totally possible. I launched a scrappy little 35 wishlist, but like I was suspecting, updates on itch incrementally have no reach. Oh, the update itself has no reach. Okay. What you could do, Seto, is put some effort onto itch too. And maybe have some. Oh, but you said the updates had no reach. But the thing about itch is that you never know. You can be featured again. You can come to the top again, and you can be featured by itch themselves. So it's always a good idea to play the long run by making sure that your itch page looks the best and is like updated from time to time, like you post stuff or whatever to show that it's not dead. Honestly, most people cannot do a launch unless you have a very appealing game or you're well known. Most people cannot do a launch, right? So I think it's fine. Even Aramis with a game about a black hole, he didn't have that many wish lists in the beginning. Really, what made the difference was having a build out there, getting played by YouTubers and having like a public demo, and that was like when it really started lifting. I only updated and made a blog post. Yeah.
Or you could just make
I was 70
two demos.
minutes. Let's go.
I just wanted to make. I wanted to make the other one.
I have way more data to look at as I was.
Plus, there's some enemies that
as I was collecting
worked on that thing for like
stuff through the Steam stats, but I didn't compute them yet. I'll let you know when
I get stuck in my
more insights. Thanks again for playing CPU. And maybe I put that at the bottom.
demo levels need to
Matter. Right. Game hyper slice, what's next? Blah blah blah. But is that okay? Hey everyone, let me close.
I've been working on
Hi everyone, the first public playtest is now closed, and I want to thank everyone who played. It was awesome. I got a lot of good feedback, and there's still more I need to go through. If you didn't have to already, some numbers, more than 600 people got access to the playtest, which is more than anticipated, and the median playtime has been around 35 minutes for the entire playtest. I think it's quite high, and another indication I use, enjoy the game. Some of you, 31 to be precise, played more than 200 minutes, that's crazy. I have way more data to look at,
Not enough for
and I was collecting stuff through the Steam stats, but I didn't compute them yet. I'll let you know when I have more insights. What's next? I have a ton of stuff to implement and new features I want to add to the game before I push it in public demo. I'm also working on my other game, Hyperslice, trying to release it in January. I can't make any promise yet, but I definitely
Other direction. Okay, let's save.
want to run another small playtest before the public demo, so it's probably going to be around early mid-January if I can make it. Thanks again for playing. See you soon. Playtest.
Yeah, Meowter, do you have a
Number 1 is now
video
closed. Thank you everyone for
of
playing.
that? Because I would like to see it if possible. If you don't.
This plays a featured
I swear
event.
that I
Could
tried
be
to do a
featured
good
event,
job of
but I
making
don't
sure
think it needs to.
all those things were correct. Oh, you know
Spotlight
what?
banner. This is only if you have a banner.
You can't fit it.
The sad thing is I don't have data through playtest except from friends. Played 50 times, but half of them are from in friends. One survey field.
You started at 4.
It's not surprising. It's not surprising.
God, I think I was working on it for like a year and a half, something, when 4 came out. And
There's like a good.
when the beta started.
If you have good
It took them a while.
good feedback rate, you're probably around 10 to 15% or something.
What did I just do?
I
Okay. Do we? This is mean. I was gonna. Yeah, like 4.1. Yeah. It's like a year ago. My biggest fear is that Godot 5 is gonna come out, and I'm still not gonna be done. Noticeable timings in this room. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, so they are right there, right there, right there, right there. And they're going into the corners. This room is fucked up. I won't lie to you. Oh my god, you're right. I saw it. Why? That's not right. Why did you do that? I'm gonna pause it. Yeah, this level in particular is messed up. So why? I think I know what is happening. Maybe it's not saving the direction. We can actually check this right now. I actually have to have this open. It says it's saving. I don't know if I believe that it is. Yeah, so it looks like it's saving it the wrong direction. Or it's continuing in the direction that it was going. Wait. I did see what you're seeing though. You're right. Jason, hey. This is a problem, actually. Yeah, okay. So this is not what you were running into. This wouldn't matter. But this is a problem.
Mä tiedän, että ne tulee mun päälle. Tulee ihan taas sama.
Okay, this will fix one issue. So,
Mä tätä ehkä. Nyt vähän aikaa sai.
No. How does this go? Okay, if change this to left, if this is true, else vector. And these should go in order, so then this direction would be set correctly. I mean, well, I don't know. I guess actually maybe it doesn't matter. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. It might not matter. I was thinking. Because all this should run before the first save, so that's okay. Actually, this should be fine. But why is the checkpoint not saving? It saves my current direction. I go in here, set current data duplicate. So this gets called when you touch that checkpoint. It sets all the current data to be whatever this is. Okay, it sets. Ocelot. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna write this down. Aren't going the correct direction after checkpoint load. Okay, there. Alright, next ad break. Go get coffee. Wait, if iHeart, if you're off right now, why are you not streaming constantly? Tammer the Hammer, hello, how are you doing? Okay, this should work.
I'm at.
Alright, pretty easy actually. Alright, nice. No need for the fruit on this one, I don't think. No, I understand what time off means. Hey, Nick says, okay. The joke is you sound like my mom. Wasn't sure I got it. Okay, this should be fine. I wonder, should this be... Okay, let's go to... section detector should probably be a more vertical one than like
Ivergar.
I think I just need to add in... I'm learning that chat, that stream chat and text are two different, only kind of connected.
I'm going to rest a bit. I'm getting sleep. Gonna rest a bit.